It's on right now. It's on right now. Just so now.
Oh, look at me. Hey guys, the attendance tonight was 19,204. We were sold out. The gate was 9.75 million. The performance of the night went to Gomes and du Plessis, and then the fight of the night was Moreno and Pantoja. I know you guys are probably going to ask me about Hooker. He did break his wrist. His wrist was broken in the second round. And Moreno did break his hand in the first round. Who's got the first question? John Morgan. What's happening, buddy?
Not much, man. Daniel, talk about the main event, Alexandre Volkanovski. I know you just put Jose Aldo in the Hall of Fame, but Volk might be the greatest featherweight of all time. Just what did you think of his performance this evening and kind of where he stands?
Total domination, man. He looked incredible. You know, and I can't remember if it was a big straight right hand or left hand. He took, looked like it shook him a little bit, but he didn't even stop. He kept going, and yeah, I mean, he put on an unbelievable performance tonight. And Yair is so talented, and you know, Volk even at the end there started to strike with him, stayed on the outside of you know. Yair was trying to keep him on the outside and hitting him with some big shots, and Volk was willing to stand with him. The guy is an absolute freak. He's incredibly talented.
Yeah. He said he's going to have surgery, so we know he's going to be out for a while. But he keeps talking about he wants to go back to lightweight and get that. You know, when he comes back, do you think he's better off staying at featherweight, or do you have interest in seeing him make that lightweight move again?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, let's see how his surgery goes and what happens. And, you know, he's at one of those places now in his career. Whatever he wants to do, what are we going to say? You know what I mean? This guy's literally proven himself a million times. Many people believe he won, you know, the Islam fight. Whatever he wants to do, we'll probably roll with it. Yeah.
I love it. Pantoja, obviously, fight of the night, incredible title fight there. Just what did you think of him tonight? You know, showing his guts up.
Yeah, we sent both those guys straight to the hospital as soon as that fight was over. Absolute dog fight, incredible war. Nothing but respect for both guys. Amazing fight.
It's a unique position, right? Because a fight that great, a champion losing the belt, close fight, great fight, you might want to do a rematch, but they fought 3 times already.
Right.
So does that kind of eliminate the opportunity, or was that good enough that maybe they could go for it?
It's like the Figueiredo fight. I mean, it's so good. I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer to that question right now, but I don't think there's anybody on earth that wouldn't want to see that fight again. It was so good and so close.
Yeah. Have to ask you about Israel Adesanya coming into the cage tonight. Dricus du Plessis, the big win. I guess the decision to bring him in, not something you do all the time.
Well, there was a big debate over it. I didn't want to do it. First of all, what I don't like to do is when you have somebody like du Plessis who just, big win for him, you know what I mean? He just beat the second best guy in the world in that division. And then, you know, somebody's going to get in their face and get aggressive with him again after they just got done getting out of a war. But Adesanya and I had a debate over it, and he promised me that nothing crazy would happen, so we did it.
You know, I know you say, hey, this is the fight business. People say nasty things, right? But the tension between those two and kind of the racial undertones and all those things, how do you...
What were the racial undertones?
Dricus says he's the real African fighter, and so, you know, Israel dropped some N-words in there tonight.
So what was the racial... Who did? Who dropped the racial...
Israel was saying over and over, yeah.
He's black.
50 N-bombs in there.
Okay, he's black. Who gives a shit?
I was going to say, so you don't have any concern about the way the build-up, the tension between those two?
I could care less. This is the fight business. Israel Adesanya can say whatever he wants to say. Who gives a shit? Why, are people bitching about that?
Some people,
of course they are. Oh, fucking A. All right, got it. Yeah. Too fucking bad.
All right.
Yeah.
Last thing for me, then, I just want to everybody say that's a fight that everybody wants to see. Is 9 weeks in Sydney a possibility? We haven't seen Dricus yet, so we don't know what kind of condition he's in. Is that a possibility, or is that too soon?
I don't know. We got to see. I mean, when you come out of a night like tonight, these fights were all tough wars. They were, you know, we'll see how these guys feel. And again, when you come out of a fight like this, you know, like Pantoja and Moreno and du Plessis, and you got to give these guys a couple weeks to go home and relax and, you know, let their bodies heal and spend some time with their families. And it's just things that you just don't talk about right after the fight.
Dana.
Not that we haven't in the past, and you make a fight if a guy had a great night or what. Robbie Lawler, if he wanted to fight again, there you go. You know what I mean? But he retired, so.
Dana, to your left.
Yeah. Hey, Kev.
First of all, I want to ask you, it seemed like this was one of the best cards in a long time, top to bottom, where you had a lot of incredible finishes and whatnot. Can you put it, maybe UFC 189 was another one of the cards. Is there any card that leaps to mind that compares to this one in terms of the amount of finishes?
I don't know. Off the top of my head, I know we've had some great cards. Tonight was just like that. Everybody knew it was a great card. This whole week, International Fight Week, tons of great stuff going on. And I just think that you couldn't have topped off a great International Fight Week any better than tonight. The energy in the place was off the charts. The fights were incredible. These kids fought their hearts out tonight. The Robbie Lawler story, how it unfolds and how he, retires. And, it was the perfect night. It was awesome.
Off the top of your head, again, a question, it's a tough question. You look at Moreno and Pantoja and say that might be fight of the year. It seemed to me, especially through 4 rounds, it was just an incredible fight.
I don't disagree. And one of the things that listen, when you get I've been saying this for years, and I've been saying it leading up to this fight, the whole Mexico thing. When you get a Mexican from Mexico and they fight, the fan base is incredible. It's like England. It's like these other countries when they get behind their people. Ireland, whatever country you want to think about. It's fun when you have a real Mexican fight in a fight. The crowd's incredible. It's electric, and I don't even know what the hell you asked me, but yeah.
Was that fight of the year in your opinion?
Oh yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it was up there. It was a great fight.
Yeah, I want to ask you about Volkanovski. Obviously, you said before he was tremendous and he's good. He seems like he's good in so many areas. Lene told me the other day when she mentioned there was 140 media people. He thought he had 100 more interviews to do, right? And he's the kind of guy that seems like he does good work in every area of his responsibility. I wonder if you could just kind of comment on sort of him as not just a fighter, but as a company man for you guys.
Well, it's that whole team that he comes from. When you look at Israel Adesanya is ready to fight anybody, anywhere, anytime. Him and Pereira had that back and forth for a long time. He didn't care. He wanted to fight him. Volkanovski's willing to fight anybody. When you look at Volk, every guy he fights, reach and the size and reach advantage that everybody has on him. He doesn't care. He's a savage. He gets in there and he handles his business. Hooker tonight breaks his wrist in the 2nd round. I didn't even know. I had no idea. Rogan and those guys must have hurt him in the corner. That whole team is badass.
Yeah, he told Mark Smith, he said, if you raise my hand, if I win, raise it gently because my wrist is hurting. He goes, he said he broke his elbow, is what he had told Mark Smith.
Got it.
That's pretty crazy. One last thing, do you think Volkanovski is one of those guys that will be appreciated more when he's gone, right? Because he's not flashy at anything. He's good at everything, but he's not flashy at everything. Where you had Anderson Silva was, like flashy knockouts and everything. Volk seems like he just gets the job done, no matter what the area is. And do you think when he's retired and we're looking back on his career and debating whether it was him or Max Holloway or Jose Aldo as the GOAT of that division, that we'll appreciate him more later than maybe he gets now?
I think that's usually the case with all athletes that are great during their era. I think the same about John Jones. I don't think John Jones is appreciated the way that he should be appreciated, and definitely Volkanovski is one of those guys. But when you look at our business, Australia and New Zealand are a big part of our business as far as pay-per-view goes, and Volkanovski is definitely a big star. So, yeah, I don't know the answer, but yeah.
Dana, over here, other side.
Yeah.
What went into the thought to give Robbie that tribute video? Because we've had fighters like Shogun and Frank Edgar announce their retirement before their fight, and they didn't get the video. Well,
I don't think we've ever really confirmed that somebody was retiring or whatever. Robbie and I have had several conversations. He's done. There's no whatever, and so we did it.
Can you think of another, obviously Amanda just happened, but to Robbie Lawler.
And thank God we made that video because we still had 25 minutes left on ABC. So, thank God.
I know Amanda just retired and she put the belts down and that seemed to be a perfect ending, but can you think of another, in MMA history, that a lot of people online seem to think this is the best retirement moment we've had in the sport?
Yeah, those are 2 really good ones. I don't know. I don't know. And the big question was, after that quick knockout, is he really done? Did you guys talk to him already?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like at 2 o'clock today. He knew he felt great, felt better than he's ever felt. And, he was feeling it today, he told me. So.
Well, according to Conor's Twitter, Robbie Lawler's probably going to fight again by the end of the year.
According to Conor's Twitter, Robbie's what?
Conor tweeted that he thinks Robbie's going to fight again by the end of the year.
We've had a lot of conversations leading up to tonight, and then we've talked 3 times tonight.
Yeah.
He won't.
Yeah, Robbie said he's done.
Yeah, he won't.
What did you make of Bo Nickal's performance? Another quick finish.
Yeah, I mean, he's a wrestler. Let's start there. He fought a kid, real kid, 7-0. Took him on short notice without getting to study him and train for him. And this kid's got knockout power. And Bo looked damn good tonight. Every time this kid fights, he looks better and better.
At what point do you just have to start throwing him into these? Because he's had so few fights, but he's putting away these people that have the same amount of experience of him, but he's putting them away in under a minute. At what point do you just throw him into the top 15?
He fought a kid tonight that was 7-0. What, we can throw him in a guy with 30-0? I mean, when you look at the way fights are made in boxing, this kid's already, way ahead of the game.
Yeah, he even said that he's surprised at how fast he's gone here.
Yeah. There's no hurry. Right. He's young. He's only got a few fights. But the reality is, too, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but when we brought Cain Velasquez in.
He was like 2-0, 3-0.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe 3 or 4-0, but so who knows?
A couple unrelated to this fight card. Kamaru Usman was in here, and he said he still wants to fight Hamzat at 170 pounds. Have you talked to him at all while he was in town?
No, we have not talked.
What do you do with Islam now? Because Alex said that he might have to have surgery on his arm. Charles did an interview earlier this week at UFC X saying that October might be too soon for him. So looking at that top 15, Gaethje and Poirier obviously fighting in a couple weeks, who do you give him for Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, I'm going to announce Abu Dhabi real soon. No Abu Dhabi stuff because they want to coordinate with us when we do it, but we'll have the announcement on that card soon.
Hey, Dana.
Yeah.
Going back to Robbie, he's the final fighter in the UFC who ever fought for Pride and one of like a couple who fought for Strikeforce. It's an end of an era in that regard. In hindsight, those purchases that you guys did of those 2 companies, how valuable have they been to the UFC?
Massive. I mean, at the time, when you looked at the number that we paid for Pride at that time, it was a massive number. But if you look at the fights that we've made, the guys that came over from Pride and all the fights that were made, it was one of the greatest deals of all time.
And
other than buying the UFC for $2 million.
Yeah, and we had Juliana Pena and Raquel Pennington both here tonight, and they're beating the drum to get that vacant title fight that Amanda left behind. Have you put any thought towards what you're going to do with that 35 belt?
We're working on some stuff right now. Yeah.
And speaking of belts, I spoke to Jorge Masvidal yesterday, and he wanted me to pitch you the idea of he wants to wrap the BMF title around the winner of Poirier and Gaethje. Would you like to do that?
We can do that.
Yeah,
Done.
not The Rock this time.
Done. Congrats.
All right,
You did it.
Hey, Dana, over here.
Yeah.
So Alexandre Pantoja winning the title, awesome performance. He gets it. Brandon Royval was the backup for this fight.
Yeah.
Is he going to fight the winner?
Well, he grabbed me as soon as I walked out of the octagon. He's like, "Let me get in there now. I'm ready. I want this fight. I'll beat both of these guys." So he's fired up and wants that fight.
Is he going to get it though?
We'll see.
Okay, we'll see. And then we talked about Dricus, and obviously we got to see how healthy he is. I would assume he's number 1 to fight Izzy. Would Sean Strickland be number 2 just with his performance a couple weeks ago? He seems like he's healthy. If you wanted to step in there and fight for the title?
Well, Strickland put himself in a really good position, man. When I did If You Don't Know that week, I was saying to the press, win, lose, or draw, nobody wanted to fight this guy. And Strickland, who's ranked number 7, stepped up to the plate, took this fight, and look at what he did. So, yeah, he gets a lot of credit for taking and winning that fight, and especially winning the fight the way that he did.
Yeah, and last one for me, Canadian got to ask, Canada, any announcements soon for the next date? Vancouver was great. You saw the response there.
I agree.
Toronto, a possibility? A lot of fighters from Toronto in the UFC.
Yeah. Listen, nobody's more excited to get back to Toronto than me, man. I love that city. There's so many things I love about Toronto. So ASAP, we'll be back there as soon as possible.
Dana in the back.
There was a woman, your voice came out earlier. Hi,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Connor tweeted a little Santa Claus emoji and said he wants to return in December. Is there any update on that possibly happening?
Listen, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, there's a lot of business that needs to be handled before we talk about this. And I was doing an interview on Friday, and a bunch of fucking scumbags wrote stories that I said, fuck USADA. I don't care what USADA says. It's not even remotely close to what I said. So first of all, I'd like to say fuck you to everybody that wrote that story, number one. And number two, there's a lot of stuff that has to go on before he fights. So it's not even, my point was, no matter who's talking about it, whether it's USADA or whoever and this and that, it's not even worth talking about right now. Everybody wants to keep bringing it up so that pieces of shit can write stories like that. Never did I say I don't give a shit what USADA thinks or disrespecting USADA or anything like that. It doesn't matter what anybody says. I don't know how this whole thing's going to play out. Let's wait and see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana, back here.
Yeah.
So in 2012, International Fight Week just started, right? 11 years later, when you think about how far this week has come just for this promotion, what are some thoughts and emotions that come to mind?
What's the question?
So International Fight Week started in 2012, right?
Yeah.
So when you reflect 11 years later,
yeah,
what are some of like the thoughts and emotions that you have? What are some that come to mind?
Well, what's cool is, this was an idea in our meeting room one time, and we thought we would pull together this whole week where martial arts fans could come and celebrate, everything martial arts, everything, combat sports in a week, and here we are 11 years later. This was one of the best we've ever had. The expo was rocking. All the other activities that happened this week were amazing, and it's I never really thought about it till you just asked me. It's awesome. Thank you. Yep. Yep.
Right over here.
Yep.
How you doing?
Good.
So I just want to go through the emotions that you went through this weekend, especially at the Hall of Fame. Jens Pulver, he was on the first marketing materials when Zuffa purchased UFC, and he was at UFC 33 victory in Vegas, and then Robbie Lawler was the first televised fight in UFC history.
Right. So, the 37.5 on Fox Sports. Yeah.
So I just want to go through the range of emotions. These guys helped build the company to what it is today. What's the range of emotions, and how do you plan to include them into the business going forward? Yeah, I mean, that's why, we've talked a lot leading up to this. We talked a lot tonight. Brought him back to my room as soon as the fight was over. He's special. He's a guy that, it's almost like we grew up together in this thing. And I saw him in Hawaii when he was 19 years old fighting. And I love the style. I love the way he fought. So I signed him. And it's like what this guy was talking to me earlier about Bo Nickel. Was Bo Nickel, is it too soon? That was the same question with Robbie Lawler at the time. And here we are. He's almost 42 years old. And he's still here. He's still fighting. And he's retiring tonight. He's a special guy to the company and to me personally. Awesome. And Val came in on short notice, came in during a pinch. Will you continue doing business with Val? Have him on the roster?
Hey, who's that?
Val. The person that fought.
Oh, yeah. What about him? Is he going to stick around?
Yeah, he's going to stick around.
He took the fight on short notice. We'll absolutely give him another fight. Kid came in and, yes.
Okay. And
Yeah, I like him too. He's a great kid.
Yeah, and one more question for me. What were the standouts, for you, watching all the fights from the early prelims all the way up to the top of the card? Who were the standouts to you? And
I mean, everybody stood out tonight. It would be completely unfair. If I look at this whole card and think about who stood out, I mean, there were a lot of standouts tonight, Yeah. I mean, I don't know who I'd pick and say, oh, this guy was the guy, or this girl was the girl, which was an awesome fight too. Big upset there. That would stand out. The card was awesome. You couldn't ask for a better card, especially to top off International Fight Week.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thanks, brother.
Dana?
Yep.
This is one of those cards where a bunch of finishes. Is this going to be one of those cards where you give out a lot of locker room bonuses, those infamous locker room bonuses?
Yeah. I was surprised that none of you said to me, how does Robbie Lawler not get the bonus going on? Don't worry about Robbie Lawler. Robbie Lawler's going to be just fine. We'll take care of Menifee. I mean, yes. The answer is yes. I don't have to go through the roster, but yes.
I mean, was it a thought to give everybody $50K, just one of those cards where you give everybody a bonus?
The whole card, $50K?
Yeah.
Hey,
Go work for this guy. This is the guy right here. Yeah.
And then just did Dan Hooker and Jalen Turner have the fight of the night before Brandon Moreno?
Yeah, 100%. I actually, like I told you about how everything works in matchmaking, we had that little debate, and I was saying, what about the Turner Hooker fight? And Sean felt like, you know, there was more at stake in the main event, and, you know, two of the best guys in the world, and, you know, Sean won.
Jack Della Maddaleno is in Vegas. He obviously didn't fight tonight. He wants to fight next week in Vegas. Is that a possibility?
I love it. Well, first of all, you know how I feel about that kind of stuff. Yeah, I love it. We'll see. Yeah, I love it.
And then finally for me, there was a video of John Jones in Vegas. He was at Jorge Masvidal's thing. He was taking shots. Like, does that kind of get you worried?
Listen, he's a grown man. He can do whatever the hell he wants. I always say this, John, more than 12 hours in Vegas is usually probably not a good idea for John. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, John has done very well for himself. He's been through a lot of shit. He's made it through. I don't know whose idea it was to keep John here for days, but Hunter, was that your idea? Well, here we are. I'll plead the fifth on that, sir.
Dana in the back.
Thank you.
In the back.
Yep, yes, ma'am.
Way back here. Josiah Harrell was supposed to be on this card tonight. We see a lot of what happens on television and during press conferences, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of health and safety protocols. How important is that for this organization, and how do you feel that you go above and beyond what other organizations are doing in terms of making sure those health and safety protocols are in place?
It's everything to us. It's the most important thing in this company, and we. You know, there's been so many kids that we've caught stuff with, you know, leading up to fights or when they first get here and start doing their medicals, the Ultimate Fighter screening that we do on them, the Contender Series screening that we do on those kids. We spend the money to make sure that all these athletes are safe and healthy. Yeah, it's everything. It's the most important thing in this business. We have a great track record, and hopefully that continues.
Just a quick follow-up. Is there a ballpark amount that you've spent annually on those protocols?
You know, off the top of your head? How much do we spend on health and safety? Minimum of $10 million a year.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dana,
Yes, sir. How are you?
Hi, I'm from Chihuahua, Mexico. I'm a local newspaper, and I have two questions for you.
Yes, sir.
The first question is, do you look the Pantera Rodriguez the same style, or do you see another style right tonight? And this is the first question. And the other question, can you say something for, okay, many people to Chihuahua come here driving, many people to see our champion or see Yair Rodriguez. Can you tell something for these people and this official? Because, you know, right now I'm a little sick about the loss.
We're going to need a translator for you, sir. Does anybody here speak Spanish? Say that in Spanish. Ask me that question in Spanish.
Okay. La primera, si usted vio el mismo estilo de Yair Rodriguez, como siempre lo ha hecho, o si vio algo diferente en él.
He asked if you saw the same style of Yair Rodriguez tonight, or do you see any changes in the style when you saw the fight tonight against Volkanovski?
Yair?
Yeah.
Well, listen, Yair does what Yair does. He tried to stay on the outside. He tried to pick him apart. Volkanovski walked through it, took him to the ground, roughed him up the first few rounds. After he beat him up, then he said, okay, let's stand up, and he ended up finishing him. I think that Volkanovski not only came up with an incredible game plan, implemented it perfectly.
Okay, la segunda es que mucha gente de Chihuahua vino aquí manejando para ver a Yair Rodríguez. Si usted puede decir algo a ellos, ya que ahorita están un poco tristes porque Yair perdió.
Is there any words of encouragement for the people of Chihuahua that drove all the way from Chihuahua, Pantera's home state, to Nevada? It's a very long drive, it's about 15 hours. Do you have any words of encouragement for his family and friends that made that drive all the way here, and then they saw this loss?
Yeah, I understand. Listen, I know how passionate Mexican fans are for their, for their athletes. They're one of the biggest supporters in the world of their own people. It's one of the many cool things that I love about Mexico and the Mexican people. Since as far back as I can remember, Mexicans support other Mexicans. It's incredible. They love their country. They support their people. It's fucking awesome, to be honest with you. I love it. And I've been so excited for many years to have a night like tonight where real Mexicans come in and fight and real Mexicans drive up from Mexico to come watch. I'm sorry it didn't turn out the way that you wanted, but we're opening this PI pretty soon, and I think this is just the beginning of many long road trips from Mexico.
Dana?
One question right back here.
Yep.
Want to go back to the Expo. Obviously, the NBA has things like the All-Star Game. NFL has a whole week of events for the Super Bowl. Can you put into words what it's like to know that fans not just have a fight night to come to, but a whole event where they can celebrate their love of mixed martial arts and the UFC brand in general?
Yeah, that was the reason we did it. That's what the whole thing was built around. And again, we have a whole creative department that works on this thing. As soon as this is over, they'll start working on next year. So this is something that's planned out, months to a year in advance, and I think it gets better every year. Today was this week was one of the best that we've ever done.
Ilia Topuria was cage side. I know we're coming off a situation where we just had an interim title for the featherweight strap, but if Volkanovski's having surgery and he wants to come back and challenge for the 155-pound strap, would you consider doing another interim featherweight title?
I don't know. I don't think that Volkanovski's going to be out that long, to be honest with you. I don't think this is a major surgery. It's a scope or something like that. I personally don't know enough about it, but I think it's a scope. I don't think it's anything that serious.
Bo Nickal's only been doing MMA for a little bit over a year. Do you think he's ready to challenge for a top 15 opponent, or maybe he needs a little bit more time, maybe one more away?
There's no need to throw him at a top 15 yet. He's a young guy. He's just getting started. He's just starting to feel himself out. Believe me, when he's ready, you guys won't. We don't even have to have this conversation. We'll all know when he's ready. But there's no rush to get Bo Nickal into the top 15.
Last question, without giving it away, is it more than likely that Leon Edwards is going to be either fighting at Madison Square Garden or Abu Dhabi defending his title, the welterweight division?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Dana, you had Trump there at the cage side with you. What was that experience like, having him right there?
Listen, we all know he's one of my very, very good friends. I love being around him. I had dinner with him last night till midnight. He's fucking awesome. He's hilarious, and I love hanging out with him. And he's such a huge fight fan. So he knows everybody. He knows everything. It's just, I love the guy.
Did he say what his favorite matchup was?
No, he liked the whole card. You want to know how crazy this guy is? He's driving here. He got here at I want to say he got here at 5:40. He watched the earlier fights on his phone. You know what I mean? It's like he loves the fights. And what's really cool about being a fan of this, the way that he is the fighters all love him too. So he had a blast tonight.
What was his reaction when Dricus du Plessis came up to him?
Yeah, no, he was blown away. He was basically talking about, he's like, God damn, this guy's huge. He's big. He's a big, strong guy. And he is. I mean, most of you have met him one-on-one. You ever grab him, touch his arm or whatever, the guy's like this table. He's a beast, man. So, yeah, no. What was the question?
Oh, yeah, you answered.
Yeah, he was happy to meet him, yeah.
Stipe, what was that like getting that fight done? Was that hard to...
No. Stipe's been ready to go. Yeah, Stipe was ready to go. Talked to him tonight. He's happy. He's in a good spot. He's ready. Madison Square Garden. He's excited. Thanks, brother.
Dane, over here.
Yep.
There were a lot of Contender Series graduates tonight on one of the biggest cards of the year. How's it like seeing the success of that series unfold throughout these past couple of years?
If you come into our matchmaking room, okay, so these boards are laid out because I have to see everything on the wall. That's why the room was built the way that it is. And there's red stickers by some of the fighters, and there's blue stickers by the other. The red came from Tough, the blue come from Contender Series. the entire wall now. I mean, when we have a fight, you're talking half the card are guys from the Contender Series. I love the Contender Series. It's one of the best fight shows on television ever, and I can't wait for it to start up again here. I love that show.
Are you looking to take it internationally?
Well, it is internationally.
Well, like maybe do some Contender Series outside of the U.S.?
Nah, I like driving right across the street.
Fair enough.
Right, Dana?
Yeah.
Ilia Topuria, we didn't see you at UFC Jacksonville. What did you think was his last performance, and how close is he to a title at featherweight?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, every Tuesday we talk a lot about him now. And I had never considered or thought about going to Spain. Now I have the team working on Spain.
How close are we to a Spain card?
We're close. It's coming.
Yeah, Dana, just here. You
Hi.
talk about Leon and Colby. Leon, of course, is in town. Have you managed to speak to him at all? And would that fight make most sense in MSG?
Somebody just asked me that. It's MSG or Abu Dhabi. One of those. One of the two.
And have you managed to catch up at all with Leon?
We are very dialed in with Leon. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Dana, right in the middle. Talking about Tough, with the Chandler getting the first 6 wins right now, do you think, would you have rather have changed up the style of Tough at all during the season?
And why is that?
No, I'm just talking about like with the contenders, like guys have already been in the UFC, and then do you think you would rather, looking back at it, have like one side beat all of the older guys and then one side beat, or split them up instead?
With the what? No.
Fair enough. Do you have any update on Yair Prohaska or the 205?
Yeah. We're soon. We'll be announcing that soon too.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You guys done with me? Have a great night. Thank you.
Dudes, congratulations. I got to assume the biggest win of your career to date. Very impressive performance. How do you feel about the way things went tonight?
Oh, absolutely amazing. Definitely the biggest win of my career. Leading up to this, I knew this was the biggest fight of my career. It's Robert Whittaker. The man hasn't lost to anybody else than the champion in almost a decade. But I said it, this is not going to see the third round. TKO in the second happened that way because, you know, I just know my fighting style. And I guess this answers all the nose questions.
You were very respectful of him coming into this fight. You know, you knew how great he was. He did have some success early on, and then you seized momentum, you know, towards the end of round one. I guess, how did things play out, and was anything surprising to you in there?
No, not at all, especially in the beginning of the fight. I said it, I can't go and fight Robert Whittaker like I fought Brad Tavares. He is too good and too calculated. I needed to figure out his timing, and I think the game plan, my coach, Moreno, he is obviously a guru at this. He is the man who put this all together, coming out and fighting southpaw against a guy like Whittaker. You know, I always do switch stance, but to go and learn a complete new style for this guy, and it just worked perfectly. But, you know, in that first half of the first round, I was almost checking to see, okay, how fast is he? How hard does he hit? And he hits hard and he hits fast. But it was just getting that timing, seeing, okay, But it was still going forward and putting pressure on. That was the plan, and that's what I executed. Much easier said than done when you're fighting and standing in front of Robert Whittaker throwing these big shots. But at the end of the day, I progressed and I made that pressure forward, and I could see in his eyes when he realized this guy's not slowing down and this guy's not going away.
So amazing victory, and they leave no doubt that you're getting the title shot next, bringing Israel Adesanya into the cage. I guess, what did you make of that, of him being brought in and you guys having that face-off? What did you make of the whole situation?
Yeah, the only thing I made of that was it's usually the contender that goes into the cage, right? So, I mean, even he sees me as the champion already, so he better knows I'm the champion. And now that he's seen me in that cage, he knows what a force I am in there. He could feel the energy, and I could feel how insignificant he is to me when we get into that cage.
Last thing for me, Dana was here earlier. He said he's not going to bother you about when you can fight, give you a little time, but everybody knows we're looking for a main event in Sydney. Is 9 weeks even a possibility, or is that unrealistic to ask you to be ready for a title fight in that kind of time?
What I say is Dana White obviously knows fighters, and he has the respect to know that tonight's all about celebrating myself and obviously celebrating the legend of Robert Whittaker.
Dricus, right here. It seemed like coming into this fight, a lot of people are counting you out, not giving you your respect, and it seemed like Robert Whittaker was maybe the person who was giving you the most respect in terms of what you're capable of. Do you think now the people appreciate what you're able to do in there and give you your recognition?
I mean, yeah, Robert Whittaker, like I said, smart guy and a true warrior, a true martial artist who knows that martial arts, you are as good as your opponent makes you look. And him being the warrior that he is, he came out here tonight prepared like always, and he was in great shape. But he could see what a lot of people fail to see, and that is a style that people are used to. People are used to certain styles. They don't know our style. They don't know how we put this whole thing together. And he saw that, and that's why he said, I'm the most dangerous opponent he's ever faced. That's why he said, one mistake he made is he thought, I don't have anything to lose. And I didn't fight like somebody who doesn't have anything to lose. I fought like somebody who has everything to lose. And every time I step in there, I have my life to lose. And I will protect that with everything. I have my family name, the Du Plessis name to protect when I step in there. I have the South African flag to protect when I step in there. I have Team CIT behind me that I represent when I step in there. I have absolutely everything to lose when I step in there. And I hope everybody saw that tonight.
And whether you fight Izzy in Sydney or at a later date, it seems like, given the things that have been said in the past, what was said in the cage, this could be a very kind of divisive and controversial build-up a little bit. How are you preparing yourself for that? Are you wanting to step away from it? What do you think the build is going to be like?
I mean, you saw tonight, I'm prepared. I'm prepared for everything. Everything he says, anything he's behaving like a clown in there. That's not how a champion behaves. That's not how a man behaves. He's behaving like a child. Conduct yourself like a champion. There's people looking up to you and you're behaving like that? Nah. If that sells tickets, good for him. I'll sell tickets my way. I'm a gentleman. I'm a man. And I'll behave like a man.
When you do get in the octagon with him, how do you think this fight goes? How do you beat him?
I'll knock him out just like I did tonight. If not, we saw his fight with Alex Pereira. If I get him to the floor, it is not even a fight. It's not even a fight. If I just get my hands on him, it's not even a fight. I will manhandle him. I've done it before and I'll do it again. And, as far as the striking goes, let's take that out of the question. You are as good as your last performance. What did his last performance look like against Whittaker? Yeah, he beat him. It was a close fight. What did my last performance against Whittaker look like? So right now, that's how I plan on beating him. The same way I beat Whittaker tonight, by implementing the game plan and sticking to my style and doing what we do best. Listening to my coaches, listening to the great Moreno, the great teammates I have at CIT, a small gym in South Africa, coming up with game plans with this awkward style, this style that looks completely wrong to so many people. I'm the #1 contender in the world right now, so it's time to put some respect on that.
Dricus over here. Congrats on the win. Very impressive performance.
Thanks,
you obviously had the surgery as well, sort of leading into this. How much different did you feel in there? Because you looked really awesome just from the get-go.
Oh, thank you. I felt incredible. I didn't want to speak on the fact too much before the fight because, that's a kind of pressure that is a little bit out of somebody's control, I feel, to handle, because I can look at my fights previously and I know, I'm like, yeah, my opponents are tired too. Look, they are tired too, but I look at the fights and I'm like, for the amount of work, and I know for the amount of work that I'm putting in, I'm not supposed to be this tired. I'm not supposed to be this tired, and this made such a difference. I felt incredible out there tonight. I didn't feel a little bit tired. I felt great. And the pace wasn't low. It was a great pace, and I could see my opponent slowing down when I was just starting to get going. I could see in his eyes, in his body language, everything that I needed to, and I felt invincible in there, and it felt great. It made all the difference in the world.
And Cameron Simon winning earlier on the card, I know it was the case on the last event as well. How much does that help you going into the fight? Just like, it's like a team mentality sort of going on this card with him winning impressively. How much did that give you like a little bit of a boost going into that fight?
Absolutely, and of course the mighty Springboks beating the Aussies, the Wallabies in the rugby. It was 47-12. What an obliteration! And that was the first inspiration I got. That was the first little boost I got. My countrymen can do it. I can do it. And then obviously Cameron coming in and putting up a masterful performance, because this guy is the future champion. It doesn't take a genius to see that. And I'm so proud of him, and we are incredibly proud to represent the flag, the South African flag, and come over here and put up these performances once again as a duo and as a team. And it made the absolute world.
And last one for me, just kind of looking ahead a little bit here. If they do end up making you and Izzy, do you think Sean Strickland would be a rightful backup in that situation if something happened?
Yeah, maybe.
Dricus right over here. Back. Congratulations on the victory. To touch on it once again, obviously Robert Whittaker is a guy who's been at a very high level for a long time. What are some of the openings that you saw in the cage that you could explain for us when we watched that tape back of this performance?
Like I said before, there's not a lot of openings to see real quick, with Rob. But one thing was, I was big against Rob tonight. I could feel it when we were in the grappling exchange, in the wrestling exchange. I was strong. I could feel I was a lot stronger than him physically. But he's fast, and his footwork is so good. Like, he makes you miss all the time. And until I figured that out, he just has a very... his movements are the same constantly. And I brought in a lot of karate guys for this camp. We did. And it worked so well because I figured out that movement. I figured out but he does it so well. What he does really good is he's in the pocket, and as soon as you go for him, he's out of the pocket. He just moves backwards, but laterally and he doesn't move side to side. He just moves backwards and forwards, and he does it really quick. So, it took me, that's the first half of the fight, the first half of the first round, it took me to figure that out. But then I saw, cool, his hands are low, but he's not blocking a body kick, and I started landing. And I realized his left hook was really hard, but it wasn't the signature 1-2 head kick that he does so well. I was super prepared for that. He threw 2 of them, and it wasn't as strong as I thought, to be honest. It wasn't, I don't know if it didn't land flush, but, I blocked both, and I felt a lot more comfortable moving to the open side. But at the end of the day, it was about being patient and being composed, which I felt I did a lot better tonight than ever before.
Dricus?
When you talk about your career, you've had in the UFC, you've been part of some really big events, and slowly, keep moving up the ranks, moving up the card and everything. And now with this biggest victory in your career, how do you even put into words that whole journey? Because you've been on big events, but it feels like you really took center stage tonight.
Well, thank you. When you're fighting a future Hall of Famer, and a guy, if you're in the pound-for-pound rankings and not even having a belt, that has to say something. And like Whittaker tonight was the fan favorite, and he was the betting favorite by far, and rightfully so. I stick by that. And I said it before this fight. This is where I take that torch. This is where I become the favorite. This is where I become the guy who doesn't lose. And it was a massive honor to share the cage with him tonight, and to do myself, my family, my team, and my people proud, and go out here and the UFC. Dana, Hunter, Mick, all these guys that are giving us these opportunities. It's amazing. It's they made this fight, and a lot of people were criticizing them for making this fight. They just said, "This is a dumb fight to make. Make the easy fight." And this is the fight we wanted to have. This is the fight when they asked us if we would take this fight. I was excited because I knew this is what's going to happen tonight. I knew we were going to steal the show, and we did. Because you have two incredible warriors going out there and leaving everything on the line in the end. It was amazing.
Cameron finally got a victory, no fouls. Can we finally get him to talk golf?
Yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll see. Let's go have some beers first.
Dricus, is it safe to say fixed nose Dricus is a mythical fighter now?
Hated that question leading up to the fight. Absolutely love it now, and yes.
Dricus back here. So it's been nearly 5 years since you've lost a fight. Confidence-wise, where are you at, and how does that feel knowing that it's been that long since you've suffered a defeat?
It's interesting. I don't think about losing, and I haven't looked at that. This now that you've mentioned it, it's the first time. Looking back at my losses, they've all been extremely good to me. Every loss that, the two losses that I've had, one of them I was extremely young, and I didn't deserve to win that fight. And the last loss I had at welterweight 170, wasn't for that loss I would have been in the UFC right now as a 170 fighter where I don't belong. And that was one of the best things to ever happen to me. So, I feel as a fighter, you have to some stage in your career feel loss, feel what it feels like to lose, to really appreciate that win. And now I felt it. No need to feel any more losses now. Thank you, everybody.
Congratulations. Obviously, a very dominant win tonight against a guy that you yourself said was very, very dangerous. So how satisfied are you with the way things went tonight?
Yeah, very satisfied. It's always good to get the win. You know, that's all that really matters to me is getting that win and getting that paycheck for the family and rolling that legacy on. You know what I mean? Because he was dangerous. Like, you know, there was probably the most feared I've ever been in a fight, maybe. Like him and maybe Max. This was because I always say no one can beat me. No one can actually beat me. I don't believe anyone can beat me. But everyone has a puncher's chance. Everyone can catch you. And there's no one that's more dangerous and got a better chance of doing that than Yair Rodriguez. So there was, you know, obviously going into the game plan, you know, I showed him that respect. Mentally, I prepared as telling myself this. So it made me turn up in the gym every single day. It made me get the right training partners. It made me, you know, try and work out a good game plan. You know, systematically break him down. Take away a lot of his main tools, and I think we did a great job. He still was always going to be able to throw things because he's that creative. So that's why he was always going to be dangerous. But I was able to nullify a lot of his main tools, things that he would usually be able to do frequently. He couldn't do that with me, and then I was able to capitalize on that.
What was it like round by round? Because you did take over pretty early, right? But at the start of each round, he's back on the feet and he's throwing strikes, and that danger's there again. So was that, you know, kind of a difficult mental thing to get?
Yeah. Like that was always going to be there. But I mean, being prepared for him, ready for him, and there might have been one exchange where things landed a lot harder. I can't remember. Was that second round maybe? Like something landed, I'm like, oh yeah, nice, there we go. A lot of the other things he would kick and I'd roll with it and see it coming, and again, having the right training partners to give me them looks was incredible. But yeah, there was one that maybe done something, the punches landed, I was like, oh yeah, they got in, I was fine, but he did a good job there. But other than that, you know, I was all right. Even though he was flicking stuff out and maybe, you know, landing on hands and, you know, maybe touching the top of the head and things like that, I was still pretty comfortable in there and still seeing it all coming. So I just had to pick the right moments. Because again, like you go in a little too aggressive without the right setup, it could be good night. So you know, he's the type of guy that you need to be careful. You need to be smart. You know what I mean? You need to be thinking in there. You need to be doing the right things, and we did the right things.
You revealed afterwards that you're going to need some surgery, need a little time off. I guess, I mean, how serious is that? How long do you expect to be out?
I mean, I didn't mean to scare everyone with that. Like, when I say I'm going to do it, like, yeah, it's not a big deal. I'll be back in ASAP. Like, it will be a quick one. Just need to get something sorted. But I'll be training. You know, like, man, I broke my hand last International Fight Week. And you see me at Abu Dhabi ready to fight Islam or Charles Oliveira. That was a broken bone. This ain't a broken bone. We'll be right. I'll be you don't need to stress about that. I'll be training. I'm professional. You know, I want to be active. Again, I'll be back in there before most of the other guys, other champions anyway. So don't worry about that.
Nice. Last thing for me, Dana was here earlier, and we kind of asked him what he'd like to see for you know, because you keep mentioning lightweight, but obviously Ilya was here tonight, and he said basically you've proven everything. Whatever you want to do, he'll kind of go with it. So what is most important to you? You keep saying that lightweight, but
man, like we all know I want that lightweight belt. You know, we all know I want that rematch. You know, what that Islam fight. I think not only for me to get that belt, for me to get that win back, but I think it is a massive fight for the UFC as well. I think it's a fight everyone wants to see. It was literally that type of fight. It was that close. It was a cracking fight. Everyone enjoyed it, and it was a very, very high level. There was 1 and 2 going at it, and we showed out. It really was that. Yeah, he lived up to the hype. I lived up to the hype, and that fight lived up to the hype. We just need to see 5 to 10.
Alex, to your left. You know, in boxing and MMA, historically, most people's time at the top has been very short. You're at the top now 3.5 years. It looks like you cleaned out the division, don't have a lot of challengers. Why do you think it is that most people can't last as long, and what is it that makes you special that you remain on top after such a long period of time?
Like, how will I stay on top, or what I need to do?
How are you staying on top? You know, what's different in you than it is with other guys who are physically talented?
Yeah, well, man, I think it's just that, the passion for the sport, and the mindset. Like finding, for me, it's It's pretty easy. It's not hard for me to find a way to be motivated. Well, no, I don't need to be motivated. It's discipline. You know what I mean? People talk about, people want to listen to music. People want to do all this fancy shit to get motivated. I don't need that. I've got discipline. I'm going to turn up anyway. But I'm passionate about what I do. I always find a way. I always switch some things in there to get me hyped up. Especially for this one. I told myself, this guy's dangerous. Whether I... like I literally made it as if, man, this bloke's going to maybe knock you out. You know what I mean? Like I literally, whether I did that so I would turn up in the gym, whether I'm that clever with that shit, I don't know. But I mean, it was like that. It literally was. I was like sitting there, oh yeah, shit, all right, let's get to work. No mucking about. Take this serious. And I did, 100%. And that's why you see me get better. But I mean, I said it all week. Like I'm in these sessions, doing training sessions, and I am... Like I say, I'm passionate. Like, you got to see me in there. Like, we're breaking down techniques, and I could talk about it for hours. I got Joe yelling at me. He's like, get out, man. I've got to lock up the doors. Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, because I'm just talking about details, and I get right into it. That's how passionate I am about it. Now, there's not many people at the top that have been at the top for 3.5 years, as you said, that are more passionate than a few years ago. I guarantee you I'm more passionate now than I was before. I love this game. I'm proud of where I am, and I'm proud of what I do, and I'm very happy I do this, and I'm privileged. This is a privilege to do something that I love and make money from it.
So on the other side of that, then, when you look at it, a lot of guys come in here and they say, hey, I want to get to my after party or whatever, and they have another thing to keep them relaxed and not... do you worry about burnout because you're going so hard for so long that, like, after a while you get sick of it, like you lose your passion for it because you're pushing so hard?
No, I wouldn't say I get sick of it. I mean, it's hard work. I'll be lying to you. Like, doing this, it is hard work. As I said, I need to get think a few things, like being in pain 24/7. It's it's hard work. I'm not trying to feel sorry for myself, but it's yeah, sometimes you might need a little bit. You might need a little bit of time off, and I don't want time off. Like I said, give me a week, that's all good. Get the surgery, I'll be back in the gym. I can focus on a couple of things and chill with my family, and then back to work. But I mean, it's hard work. I don't know how to answer that question properly, but I mean, I still love this. But I mean, I'm not getting any younger. The body's feeling it, but that's why I'm in my prime, and I want to take advantage of it. That's why, even though I'm going to get surgery, even though I'm going to be injured, I need to get back in there because I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay on top. I go, yeah, I'm passionate. Yeah, I'm experienced. I'm in my peak. How long is that going to last? So let's get to work. Let's get two of these bad boys.
Yeah, my last question for you, Alex, would be, a lot of people are great physical athletes and they do it. And it seems to me like, obviously, you talked about your preparation, but it seems like maybe you're smarter than a lot of other guys in terms of understanding the game and understanding not only what it takes to win in the cage, but sort of what it takes to get your body through a long training camp. Would you agree with that? And do you feel like the fact that maybe your wisdom for this sport and your understanding of the sport is underrated?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to do with that in many ways. You might have physios and doctors that'll tell you different. Then here I am telling you, yeah, I do this, yeah, and I'm very smart with the way I think, but they're probably looking at me like, oh no, you literally run your body through the ground every freaking day. I'm sick of fucking treating you. But that's just how I am. But I mean, I still think we do the right stuff. I'm getting through these camps. Again, I just got a couple little things to fix up, and I'm back in there kicking ass again.
Alex, over here.
Yep.
After the Islam fight, a little bit of the narrative, I think even you said a little bit, is you were kind of drawing attention to when he would land punches, like you would kind of smile and point at him. You did that a bit against Yair too.
I still did that, did I?
Yeah. So I'm wondering, is that something you have to work on and can't like?
I think so, because there was times like where there was one when he did it, like he ended up landing it. That landed bigger, like it didn't rock me, but I was like, nice. Like he ended up following up. But I mean, there's times where things barely land, like even in that fight. Like he'll do it, the timing was good. I thought I was out of the way and he just got me, and I'm like, like touche, you still got me. Like good timing, good reach, good distance. And then everyone's like, whoa, he's acknowledging it. Like, whoa, and I was like, oh, fuck, all right, I better stop doing that. And then you're saying I did it again. I mean, I don't know how people look at it that way. It just shows you how composed I am in there, how relaxed I am in there. I'm sitting there going, yeah, well done. You got me one. You know what I mean? It shows you, like, I'm not even expecting you to land one. So I'm surprised, and I'm saying, well done, congratulations. That's all you're going to get. You know what I mean? Like that's how I'm looking at it. People looking at it different. I feel like me sitting there and them just touching and me going, oh, yeah, well done. And then you got especially in that. Look, man, I don't want to get into that, but I mean, in his fight, like doing these things, I'm like, it's full losing composure. Like, how does that not look worse than me going, yeah, well done? But I don't know. People look at it different. Maybe I've got to work on it because at the end of the day, all that matters is what everyone else thinks, right? And what them judges think. So if that is really going to be something that sticks in their head, we talk about being smart, fighting smart, having IQ. I need to work on that. So maybe I need to do something about that.
Earlier in the week, Charles had said that October might be too soon for him to fight Islam in Abu Dhabi. So I'm curious, did you hear that? And if not, does that kind of make you circle that date even more?
Well, it makes it a lot better opportunity for me to step in there. But I mean, like I said, I'm not ruling that out. It's funny, these people want extra time. Like, here I'm telling you I'm going to get surgery and I'm probably going to turn up there on October. So that's what I'm showing you, you know what I mean? Find me a champ, there's not many of them anyway. I know you maybe got your Izzies and myself that is doing this. We're going out there, we're staying active, we're fighting the fights that a lot of people wouldn't. So I think people need to respect that a lot. People talk about BMFs and all that type of stuff. They're real BMFs. Guys that turn up when there's a lot on the line. I'll leave it at that.
Alex over here.
One more quick, sorry. You had the face-off with Ilya cage side when you were leaving. Historically, you and Max have been pretty respectful. I know you and Brian got under each other's skin on The Ultimate Fighter, but he talks a lot, and he hopped the barricade to face off you. Does that get you excited that you'll have also a foil at press conferences and in the media to
100%. See, mine and Ortega's was a little bit. It's weird. Just spend too much time to each other, and we just got annoyed with each other. This guy's going to be just talking his shit, and I love that. I'm like, yeah, talk your shit. Now I can have a bit of fun with it and punch you in the face for it. You know what I mean? And feel good punching your head through the canvas. Because again, I'm gonna squash that bloke, so it doesn't matter.
Alex over here. How cool was it to see Dan Hooker get that win and then you going to your fight? Were you kind of paying attention to that and thought, man, I got to go out there and keep?
Yeah, we'll probably put a video out there. Yeah, we'll go nuts for that. It was a cracking fight, man. It was nuts, man. How tough is that bloke? And then breaking his arm and still going through it. These are things that we talk about BMFs and doing things like that. Some of the things you see people do in this sport is pretty incredible. It was cool. It was cool to see, especially to get his hand raised after a war like that against a game opponent. Jalen Turner is no joke. He's dangerous, and to be able to land, cop some of them shots, break your arm, and then still end up on top is pretty incredible.
Did Dan's fight a bit remind you of your situation last year with Holloway, where people were kind of counting you out against Holloway and Hooker? You look at the odds. He was a big underdog tonight. Came out there, had a tough first round, but persevered and got the decision victory. I don't know if that's something you guys talked about or not.
No, it's not. But I mean that happens all the time. People get counted out all the time. That's just how it is. It's going to be the same with Pantoja. Say, he's beat Moreno twice, and he's an underdog, and saying he's got no chance. You can imagine how he would be. That's going to happen. You've got to go prove yourself. But I wasn't surprised. I know Dan was a total different matchup for Jalen with that length and toughness was going to go a long way, and that showed out tonight. His toughness and obviously the fight IQ, that length and that well-roundedness.
And just last one from me. Again, you were here a year ago today. Big win over Holloway. A lot has happened in the year. You had the fight with Islam. It was very close. You get this performance tonight finishing Yair Rodriguez. I know you're fresh off the victory, but you've been able to kind of soak this in. How much you've really leveled up just in the grand scheme of things. Now, people consider you the greatest fighter, in the sport right now.
I don't ever get to soak it in properly, to be quite honest. I wish I did soak it in more. It's a good trait to have, where I can just move on and play what's in front of me, and it makes me be able to. In camps, I tell you, I can still, turn up in the gym, and it helps me with all that type of stuff. But I feel like I don't try and really soak it in and enjoy it enough and embrace it enough. So I will, obviously I appreciate everything. I appreciate the fans. I appreciate the love, but I forget about it like that. Again, it's a good thing to have because it keeps me disciplined. It keeps me, grounded. But at the same time, I wish I could really appreciate and understand what I'm doing right now, because it's pretty incredible. 5 defenses, 7 title fights I think I've had. It's pretty crazy. It seems like yesterday I got the belt, you know what I mean? And look what we're starting to do. So it's pretty crazy. I think I need to really sit down and really, really take it all in.
Alex,
right here.
down here.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks. You said before the fight that you weren't too impressed with Ilya and you didn't really want to talk about him too much. Can you talk about him now? You know, what you think about him as a challenger?
It's funny with this one, you know, you don't want to talk up your opponents, right? You want everyone to know, like, so it's funny. But I mean, he's going to talk his shit. So people, I remember, I can say whatever I wanted to, you know, people don't have to believe it. But I was sitting there, I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't say how easy I think that fight's going to be, because then people might not be interested. But he's going to talk his shit, so people are going to want to see me punch him in the face, so it don't matter. But I look at that as, again, no disrespect to the bloke, but the shit he's doing ain't going to work on me. And hopefully you get to see that soon.
And you, of course, faced off, like you mentioned, but what did you say to each other?
Oh, nothing. I told him, I go, yeah, come on, jump over. Let's do a little face-off. Let's amp it up a little bit. See what it has. And I said to him, I go, oh, man, I thought you were a bit taller, because everyone's so much taller than me. I'm like looking eye to eye, and I'm like, psh. I was going, man, I was about to say I got this 71-inch reach, which is a lie, but I should run with that. But it's again, no disrespect to the bloke. He is a good fighter. He's undefeated. Can't wait to take that 0.
Thank you.
Alex, right here. That finishing sequence was just unbelievable. The strikes into the takedown and the ground and pound. Did that feel as seamless to you in that moment as it looked to us observing it?
I don't know. It's weird. Like I was like so clear-headed while that was happening. I went there, throwing the punches, like, even though he's sort of hurt, like, I've seen him in these positions throw crazy shit, like her elbows. I'm like, all right, I better take him down, because I know I'm just going to squash and punch his head through the canvas. So I was like, it was weird how like calm and composed I was through that. Like, picked him up, dumped him, got on there. Oh yeah, this is the position. Oh yeah, he won't get out. All right, let's just ground and pound. We're just going to have to stop it. It was weird how I went through it. I probably should have loaded him up a little bit more, just fucking really be dramatic with it. But I mean, it was good. I love my ground and pound. Everyone, it's starting to be a bit more of an iconic Volk sort of a tradition to just rain down some ground and pound bombs.
Can you remember another moment in your career, another fight where you've had that clear-headedness in a sequence like that?
I'm pretty clear-headed all the time, to be quite honest. But maybe in the heat of the moment like that, while you're getting the finish, like that. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Depends. It depends how you look at it. Obviously, Islam being in certain positions where most people would freak out, and I'm sitting there, laughing it off, having a laugh with him. I guess people would look at that and be like, it's pretty crazy. But I mean, people don't know what I'm doing in the gym. I'm like in them positions with absolute killers that are twice the size of me. So that's why I'm sitting there laughing at lightweights doing it to me.
Yeah, no, your 6th title fight win tonight. There's natural comparisons, especially with Jose Aldo being inducted in the Hall of Fame on Thursday. Are you still...
Well-deserved as well.
Yeah, are you still of the mindset to be called the featherweight GOAT, that you need to hit that 8 where he's at, or do you feel like now...
I mean, the man just got a Hall of Fame and all that. Like, I'm not here to try and take, like, I'll let everyone else decide that. He's an absolute legend of the sport. No one deserves a Hall of Fame more than him. And to see how passionate he was going in there, and like that was as raw as it got, like when he got emotional like that, and that was cool to see. Almost brought a tear to my eyes, to be quite honest. But absolute legend. Very happy for him, and that's for people to decide, not me.
And just last thing, if this Islam fight does happen again, what in your mind is the biggest thing you need to do differently to make it definitive in your favor?
I mean, it's going to be another, like, I'll be lying to you and say, hey, I'm just going to walk through him and do this and do that. Like, it's going to be another highly contested battle, but I guarantee you I get my hand raised. You know what I mean? I think I'm going to capitalise on a lot more things. But yeah, again, it really is 2 top guys going at it. And they've done 5 rounds, and you're going to see another, there's a good chance you might see another 5 rounds of it. I'd love to get a finish, but we're both that good. It might be that type of fight. But looking forward, again, it's a challenge, another challenge that excites me. So, that's why I obviously want it. Because that's what keeps you. Again, we talk about I don't need to be motivated, but it's exciting when I can have guys like that in front of me. Like that camp that I did like 14 weeks. You know what I mean? Like it's just so good to have someone like that in front of you, and you ask about how do you get better. It's things like that get you better. Certain opponents in front of you that get you better. Like I told myself, I need to work on this. Where you're at now is not good enough. Like in that fight, He got his hand raised. Do I think I won? Yeah, I do. But he got his hand raised. All right, I need to work on these things, so I'm going to evolve again. And then, these lightweights and featherweights aren't going to stand a chance.
Hey, Alex, were you able to watch Rob's fight?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I watched that. Obviously, unfortunate for Rob. And, man, did not expect that. I think there might be footage of me. I'm like, Robbie's obviously very well-rounded, no joke. Man, Dricus did it. You know what I mean? Izzy talks about manifesting things. I'm like, oh, yeah, is this thing legit or what? Is this manifesting thing, that's no joke? He literally manifests things and it fucking happens. You know what I mean? He's on another level. Izzy's got some sort of crazy powers or something, because I did not expect that to happen.
What do you think of Izzy versus Dricus?
Obviously he looked great to take out someone like Rob, man, credit to him. But, Izzy's, I highly doubt he's going to be able to land on Izzy and even get on top. And, I think Izzy's just going to be too good. But to take out Rob like that, you've got to be hyped up for that fucking fight. So, if he can go out there and take out, honestly, Rob is one of the best in the world, literally, and he was able to beat him. So you can never count that guy out. He knows how to fucking win. Excuse my French.
And one last one. It was announced Max versus Zombie. Obviously, you fought both of them. A lot of people are like, Max, it's why do you even make this fight? Max is going to make it look. He's like, what are your thoughts on the matchup?
They're both tough. It's going to be a fun fight. I guarantee you. Yeah, Max, do I think Max is going to win? Yeah, but Zombie's going to be there. You're going to just see, two zombies just going at it. They're just going to beat the shit out of each other. So everyone's in for a good night of fights for that one too, I think. Again, they both got solid chins. I wanted to take that Max granite chin, that legendary chin out. I couldn't do it. I don't think anyone can. So I've given up, and I think everyone should just give up on that. I think it's going to be, it'll be hard for Zombie. I think that's going to be Zombie's best chance. But it's going to be hard to do.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Let's get a photo real quick.
Felicidades, ¿cómo te sientes?
Muy emocionado, muy contento por la victoria, un poco dolorido, pero más que feliz.
Very emotional, very happy for the win. A little, it's pained a little bit, just feel sore, but very happy nonetheless.
Is this how you pictured your first official UFC win going?
¿Fue así como visualizaste tu primera victoria en el UFC?
No. Sí, lo he imaginado con un knockout, pero créeme que lo intenté voltear, pero duro, Camuela, muy duro.
No, because obviously I pictured a knockout. Believe me, I tried many times, but Camuela is really tough. He's hard to put down.
Yeah.
Were you surprised at how difficult it was to finish him?
¿Te sorprendiste lo cuánto difícil sería, bueno, finalizar la pelea con él?
Me lo imaginé, siempre me gustan las peleas duras, pero supuse que iba a ser un peleador difícil, así que no, lo imaginé.
I imagine it. I mean, obviously, I like hard fights, tough fights like that, but I know how much of a hard fight he is, and yeah, I kind of pictured him.
Was there any hesitation taking this fight, coming off the loss in the same venue in Vegas, another really big card? Did you kind of hesitate? Are you superstitious at all, or did you want to go in there and wipe that and have a good memory this time?
¿Hesitaste algo, titubeaste un poquito para tomar la decisión de tomar esa pelea en el mismo sitio donde perdiste? O sea, ¿alguna duda antes de aceptar una pelea como esta? ¿O dijiste, bueno, vamos con todo con eso?
No, al contrario, yo creo que fue una motivación, ya el camino lo había recorrido, las luces ya la había vivido, la ovación del público ya la sentí la primera vez, es algo que esta vez no lo tuve, salí confiado, salí más pensando en mi pelea, sin pensar en los demás, que ya lo he vivido, como te dije.
Quite the contrary, actually, it was a motivation. It's a way, a path that I've been through. A venue that I've seen, lights that I've already encountered. I mean, I've been through that, all the nerves of the fight. I mean, I've gone through that, and I could really focus on the fight, really.
So what's next? Do you want to get back in there pretty quick? Would you like to fight here in Vegas again? Would you like to fight somewhere else? What's the game plan going forward?
¿Y qué viene el próximo? ¿Cuál es el plan de juego ahora? ¿Quieres quedarse acá en Vegas un poquito? ¿Cuándo quieres pelear? ¿Cómo te sientes acerca del futuro?
No, decidir pelear dónde, no lo tengo. Quiero volver a pelear antes de fin de año. Sí o sí, eso sí, quiero tratar de conseguir eso. Entrenar más duro en las cosas que me faltan, mi lucha, mi piso, mi suelo. Así que nada, esperar poder pelear antes de diciembre otra vez más, donde sea.
No plans in mind. I just want to make sure that I fight a wrestling fight towards the end of the year. I still want to go back and work on my wrestling, work on the ground game. I mean, no place, no. I just really want to fight before the end of December.
Thank you, too.
Right here. That first round, he got you in a pretty precarious spot. He took you down. He had your back. You were both dry. Was there any moments in there that you felt like you were in immediate danger early in the fight?
En el primer asalto, cuando te derribó ahí al suelo, estabas ahí en una situación un poco más precaria porque estaban secos todavía, el cuerpo no había sudor ninguno. O sea, ¿sentiste en algún momento que estaba un poco complicado, que te tenía una posición complicada?
Honestamente, no me sentí en aprietos. Sí sentí que estaba, obviamente, perdiendo el round, pero me calmé, dije que trabaje él, no quería volverme loco ni que me gane una posición peor a la que estaba, así que no, esperé que termine el primer round, segundo round, borrón y cuenta nueva.
Honestly, not. I never felt there was any positions that were really tight. I knew I was losing the round, but I really didn't want to. I had to calm down and make sure that I didn't put myself in a worse position that I already was. And just I kind of settled it, and I just basically I had to delete it off my memory and just go for the second round.
The broadcast seems pretty amazed that in the final round, you looked as if it was early in the first. It looked like you never slowed down. And they said you were fighting as if you could fight 5 rounds relatively early. So I'm curious, how many rounds does it take to get you tired?
La gente de transmisión acá en Estados Unidos se quedó muy impresionada con la manera como conseguiste la pelea. En el final del tercer round parecía que estaba fresco, o sea, que podías ir tal vez 5 rounds. Y me mencionaron que estabas preparado, parecía por lo menos estar por 5 rounds. O sea, mi pregunta es, ¿cuántos rounds, cuántos asaltos tenemos que verte para que te quedes cansado en algún sentido?
Honestamente no fue mi mejor versión, todavía no han visto mi mejor versión. Tuve un corte difícil que me afectó bastante, creo yo, un poco el aire. todavía puedo dar mucho más, tengo mucho más aire, soy mucho más explosivo todavía. Por eso mismo digo, tengo que ser un poco más profesional en este tiempo que me queda para demostrarles y que puedan ver mi versión, el verdadero yo.
Honestly, you didn't see the best out of me. I had a pretty hard, a tough weight cut. I think it kind of took the air out of me a little bit. But I do think that if I have, that's why I say I have to be really professional in the upcoming months to a next fight, so you can actually really see who I am, because I really have. Then I will be able to show you exactly what I'm capable of.
Was the tough weight cut just timing, or was there anything specific that led to the tough weight cut?
En términos de corte de peso, ¿lo difícil fue el tiempo que tuviste para hacerlo o algún en otro aspecto que te quedó difícil?
Tuve un par de inconvenientes semanas antes con un tema de un accidentito que tuve, pero que frené la parte del cardio, que tenía que haber bajado un poco más antes y dejé mucho para el final, pero ajustando las cosas se pueden hacer bien.
I had a couple of things in my life just outside that kind of played a part in it, which actually I think the cardio part, I should have maybe toned that down a little earlier than I did, and there's just some fine-tuning that needs to happen.
Final question for me, why is your nickname El Gringo?
¿Y por qué, mi pregunta final, por qué tu apodo es El Gringo?
Ya lo hemos conversado en el Dana White Contender Series, lo volvemos a decir ahora.
Bienvenido a la UFC.
En Argentina, yo cuando era chiquito era muy rubio, ojo celeste, no verde, así que mi mamá me decía gringo y quedó gringo. No me gusta que me digan el gringo acá en Estados Unidos.
We talked about this in Contender Series, but here we go again. Welcome to the UFC. My mom, when I was a kid, I had really, I didn't have green eyes. It was really, they were really light blue eyes. And my mom just called me gringo because I really looked at it listen, I don't like when people call me gringo here in the United States.
Ahora, Esteban, esta victoria en términos de confianza, que te venías de una derrota, ¿qué significa para ti y cuál es tu mejor versión? ¿Cuál es el cielo para ti? ¿Cuál es el techo para ti?
Esteban, a win like this after a loss, it must be really good. So it must mean a lot. So what is your best version? What is your ceiling?
Todavía me queda aprender mucho wrestling, mejorar mi jiu-jitsu. Yo creo que tengo un buen striking, pero tengo mucho para mejorar, mucho para demostrar. El techo no lo conozco todavía, lo voy a ir descubriendo con el camino, paso a paso, pelea a pelea. No estoy apurado ni por llegar al top 10 ni nada. Pelea a pelea, se va a ir dando mi camino, paso a paso, pero seguro.
I have to improve my wrestling. Also, I have to improve my jiu-jitsu. I do believe that I'm a good striker, but I do have to do that. I want to keep improving without very patiently, step by step. I'm not in a rush to actually go into a ranking or anything of this sort. I think that my way is just step by step and improvement by improvement. I'll keep my path towards improvement. And I don't know what is my best version yet.
Esteban, acá atrás, antes que nada, muchas felicidades. En la entrevista decías, estaba dormido, después desperté, tuvo un move en segundo y tercero. ¿Qué pasó en la pelea o qué sentiste que fue el momento que te hizo despertar y tener este gran segundo y tercer round?
Esteban, you actually in the interview after the fight, you mentioned you were kind of sleepy and then all of a sudden you woke up and you started fighting. So what happened exactly after the first round that just got you up and towards the second and third round we saw?
Primero que nada, muchas gracias. Y el perder el primer round, obviamente, ya dije, no puede ser, otra vez no va a pasar de nuevo. Hay que sacar la bestia, el demonio que tengo adentro, y así fue. El haber perdido el primero fue la motivación para el segundo y tercero salir adelante.
The first round that I had, actually having lost the first fight, was the first round was the motivation that I needed. I mean, I thought this cannot happen again. I have to take the beast, I have to take this demon out that's inside me, and to win the second and third rounds, because what happened in the first round is not going to happen again.
Y una última pregunta, ¿hay alivio de que ya no tienes que pensar en Kamuela Kirk, de que ya hiciste 2 campamentos para él, de que ya se acabó la pelea, de que te vas con tu primera victoria en UFC?
And now my final question, is there a relief that you don't have to think about Kamuela Kirk anymore? You just basically double camp for this, and you got a win out of the way, and then you just can continue your journey in the UFC?
Alivio por Kamuela, no siento un alivio por haber ganado, por decir ya tengo mi 1-1, porque hubiese sido feo tener un 0-2, obviamente, ya habla diferente, así que estoy muy contento, pero alivio no, al contrario, tengo la cabeza más caliente en hacer las cosas mejor esta vez y cada vez demostrar más, ¿no? Ser mejor, ser un profesional mejor.
Not really specific if you're Kamala Kirk, but just to get that win out of the way, to be 1-1 is different than being 0-2. Just there's a different ring to it, but there's much more to do, and I just think I have to get better now and improve as a professional, train harder, and go from there.
Aquí Esteban. Esteban, aquí felicidades primero. Tú hablas del alivio ese que sentiste. Abrir la cartelera siempre, la primera pelea. ¿Tuviste algún tipo de presión o te sentiste con fuegos artificiales? Porque es lo primero que se ve para la gente allá y para la gente en todo el mundo. ¿Qué sentiste? ¿Cómo lo viviste?
Congratulations, and of course, added pressure for actually being the first fight of the card. The kind of the bill of it came out with fireworks. Any added pressure or any more weight because of doing that?
Muchas gracias. Esta vez no lo sentí tanto porque ya lo viví la pelea pasada, lo mismo. Cuando peleé con Lloyd también fue la primera pelea. Entonces, como ya lo repetí, esas sensaciones ya las viví. En este momento no las pensé. Solamente fui a pelear, a disfrutar y a hacer lo que venía a hacer.
I didn't feel that because last time, same thing. Actually, my first fight against Loic, I actually was the first fight on the card. So I just didn't even think about it. I didn't even feel it.
Esteban, felicidades por tu victoria. En este momento, ¿cómo sientes que está la escena en Argentina luego de lo hecho por tus compatriotas y otros peleadores latinoamericanos? ¿Sientes que eres consecuencia de lo que han ido, cómo han ido labrando el camino tus compañeros latinos y especialmente argentinos?
First of all, congratulations on the win. How do you feel? What is the scene like for MMA in Argentina? Do you feel that this is kind of a subproduct of everything that's been happening lately, Latino fighters, or we see, for example, for Brandon and everything else? How do you feel about this?
Siempre fue una motivación, ¿no? Querer llegar a donde, por ejemplo, llegó nuestro compañero Poncinibio. Y muy motivado, ¿no? Viene una racha argentina fuerte. La semana que viene tenemos 2 argentinos de nuevo, que estoy seguro que van a hacer un buen desempeño. Es un mes de Argentina. Yo creo que en Argentina deben estar muy contentos todos, muy alegres, y espero estar abriéndole paso a gente que viene atrás, ¿no? Peleándola, a gente que entra al contender ahora. Así que contento y espero que estén orgullosos en Argentina de mí.
Very happy for Argentina, always trying to be, kind of follow the inspiration of our compatriot Santiago Ponzinibbio. Also next week, the card actually has 2 fighters from Argentina that are fighting. I'm sure they're going to do a good job, and also proud for the opportunity to actually open the doors for all those that are coming and starting fighting as well as coming into contender. I hope that everybody is very proud and happy in Argentina when I perform.
Felicidades.
Muchas gracias.
Esteban, una última, bueno, una aquí.
Sí, hermano.
¿Qué tan seguro estabas de que ibas a ganar después del campanazo final? ¿Qué tan confiado estabas?
One question here: how secure, how confident were you that after 3 rounds you were going to win by decision?
Sentí una incertidumbre, pero no. Después pensé bien y el segundo y tercer round he conectado más veces. Sentí la incertidumbre porque en el tercero él me derribó 2 o 3 veces, pero conecté mano más fuerte yo. Y segundo y tercer round lo gané yo. Sí, el primero claramente lo perdí.
I felt a little uncertainty just because of the fact that obviously, in the second and third round, in the third round, he took me down a couple times, but every time I connected, it felt like I connected more with harder hits. But obviously, the first round, we know what happened. But for the second and third round, I felt confident about that.
Over here. Hola. Hola. First of all, congratulations on the victory. I'm curious, what are the emotions after landing a devastating 1-punch knockout like that here in the...
Thank you so much. My English is very bad. Try my English. I excited. It's my day. It's day the Mexicans fear Mexican and knockout in little time. It's perfect for me. It's perfect for me and perfect for Mexico. Entonces, I'm feeling good. Sorry.
You're good. Your English is not bad at all. I'm curious, did you feel any pressure being the first Mexican fighter on the card fighting to kind of, because Brandon and everyone is after you, did you feel any pressure being the first Mexican fighting tonight?
For pressure?
Yeah, first Mexican on the
card. Okay, yeah. Pressure for Brandon Moreno is my friend, a little friend. Before time in training with Brandon, training now with Jasmine Jauregui and Chaires. Little pressure is better for me. It's feared Mexican. Let's go for it. It's good for me. Pressure every day. I have one restaurant. Pressure. I have family. Pressure is every day for me. It's normal.
And then final question for me. Do you want to be on that card in September with Alexa in the main event? It's Mexican Independence Day.
Okay. I see fights, but no fight for me. Next year for next fight. Yeah, I need other situations in my life. My next fight is next year.
Is it injuries or anything like that? Like, why next year? So is it just like injuries or anything?
Yeah, one injury in mis dientes. Yeah. Hermano, gracias.
The fight was so fast. What was the strategy if it went longer? La pelea era muy rápido. ¿Qué era la estrategia si la pelea fue más tiempo?
Sorry.
La verdad que era demostrar mi striking y mi jiu-jitsu, mi entrenamiento que he hecho durante 2 años en Interim Gym y 13 años de carrera. Sin embargo, era terminarla cuando pudiera. Tenía el cardio, tengo mi cuerpo perfecto para durar hasta 5 rounds. Entonces, no importara cuánto durara, yo estaba listo para cualquier situación.
There was also a video that came out of someone serenading you in your hotel room. Can you tell us the story about that? Tenían un video, alguien estaba cantando para ti en tu cuarto esta semana. ¿Puedes decir la historia? ¿Qué pasó?
Claro que sí, se llama Ariel Macías, me compuso un corrido que se llama Nada es coincidencia, y así es. Nada es coincidencia porque he trabajado muy duro para esto. Lo pueden buscar como corridos para peleadores. Está el de Brandon Moreno, muy famoso. Está el de Manuel Torres. Está el de Jasmine Jauregui, Genaro Valdés, entre otros muchos peleadores. La verdad, hace unos corridazos bien chidos. A mí no me gusta la banda, no me gustan los corridos. Yo soy más rock popero. Pero, sin embargo, él le mete corazón y te hace una pequeña entrevista y te hace un corrido. Al inicio de mi corrido dice que falleció un amigo que me metió a las artes marciales. Él me metió en todo esto y hicimos negocios, estábamos muy chicos. Yo viví solo desde los 13 años y estuve con él mucho tiempo y falleció. Por desgracia, el narcotráfico lo agarró en sus manos y pues tomó malas decisiones y yo no lo pude salvar. Es algo que lo cargo con eso todos los días y pues él es mi ángel guardián. Era una gran persona, Alejandro Hernández, y sé que es mi ángel.
Gracias.
Jesús, tú dices que va a pelear el próximo año. Tú estás en una división que tiene a Brandon como el campeón. ¿Cómo te ves tú en una división? ¿Cómo te ves creciendo en la división? ¿Cuál quieres tú que sea tu próximo reto?
Ok, Brandon, yo sé el nivel que tiene, claro, siempre ha evolucionado, es una persona que no le gustan las comodidades, él trabaja muy duro y es una gran persona en la que yo veo el crecimiento y veo su trabajo duro y me motiva. Entonces, de él aprendo muchas cosas a pesar de que ya no entrenemos juntos. Me veo creciendo poco a poco en la división, voy despacio porque voy lejos.
Chuy, antes que nada, muchísimas felicidades por tu knockout.
Gracias.
Así viste la pelea porque te viste muy decidido cuando te plantaste y soltaste el volado. ¿Era algo que habías visto antes?
Mira, trabajamos 3, 4 combos todos los días, los practiqué bastante, hasta se me contracturaba la espalda de los voladones que estaba pegando. Mis entrenadores siempre me han dicho que pegó muy fuerte, sin embargo no tenía la confianza, no manopleaba casi nunca, entrenaba box, entrenaba Muay Thai, pero manopleaba muy poco. Entonces ahora que cambié las clases por manopleo, me fue súper mejor, me sentía más decidido, ahora con este campamento y con Raúl que me tiene ahí en corto, pues me ha ido mucho mejor. Entonces contratamos una psicóloga, contratamos entrenador de Muay Thai, hicimos algunos ajustes para sentirme más confortable. Sin embargo, pues como te digo, la presión es todos los días. Tengo un restaurante, tengo una familia y me voy de mi casa más de 5 días de Ensenada a Tijuana y me quedo en un campamento que tiene Raúl. Y pues yo pensaba desarrollar toda la pelea para que me viera UFC, para que me vieran cómo peleo. Sin embargo, está bien porque pues ahora mis oponentes no saben por dónde voy a llegar, si es por lucha o es por striking, ¿no? Tengo un poder muy grande que hemos desarrollado no solo yo, sino con mis compañeros.
Segundo knockout más rápido en la historia del peso mosca. ¿Cómo se siente al saber que tienes un récord de ese tamaño en apenas tu segunda pelea en UFC?
Pues me siento increíble, la verdad. Yo me siento pleno desde que entré a UFC, desde que me firmaron. Yo soy una persona exitosa. No me vas a ver en un carro de lujo ni nada aún. Pero, sin embargo, yo soy una persona exitosa, llena de amor, llena de muchas cosas que compartir para mi gente. Y eso quiero ser. Es una persona de ejemplo para las futuras generaciones.
Una última pregunta de mi parte, Chuy. Le decías a la cámara, denme el bono, necesito mi casa en Ensenada, tengo a mi familia. ¿Qué es lo que harías si es que te caes? Bueno, que te puede caer porque, aunque sea la segunda pelea, fue algo espectacular.
Mira, acabo de rentar una casa bien bonita a una media cuadra de la playa. Es la casa de mi vida. Ya estoy viviendo ahí. Me dijeron, el dueño me dijo, yo quiero que esa sea tu casa. Veo que en cuanto la agarraste, le metí mucho dinero. Lo que tenía, lo metí. O sea, tengo el dinero que gané en UFC, le voy a meter la mitad, la voy a acondicionar. Aquí mi compa ya, ¿cómo está mi casita? Bonita, ¿verdad? Confortable. Lo invité un fin de semana, la pasamos increíble en Ensenada, está hermoso, vayan a visitarlo si no lo conocen. Y me dice el dueño, yo quiero que sea tu casa, me dice. Claro, no me la va a regalar. Y con este bono casi la pago toda. Entonces sería un sueño hecho realidad tener mi casa a esta edad y pues ser un claro ejemplo para la gente, ¿no? Para los que me siguen.
Jesús, aquí
¿cómo estás?
Hemos hablado bastante, aquí te preguntan bastante de la pelea, pero evidentemente yo quiero preguntarte, primero felicidades, esa alegría que tú emanas, que tú sueltas, se vio en el octágono, se vio entrando antes, se ve ahora, ¿de dónde sale esa alegría? Hablaste del compadre que desgraciadamente falleció, que es tu ángel, pero lo dices con una sonrisa, esa alegría, ¿cómo la llevas? Esa sonrisa, ese positivismo.
Gracias, señor, por preguntarme esto. Es algo bien importante. Yo soy una persona que me llamo como un cristal y esas personas me encantan a mí. He aprendido de muchas personas que son así. Yo si estoy molesto lo voy a decir, yo si estoy enojado lo van a ver, yo si estoy triste lo van a ver, como lo vieron en la última pelea de Tatsuro. Lloré bien feo, o sea, me sentí triste, lloré días, me levantaba en la madrugada y lloraba. ¿Por qué? Porque yo no tengo filtros. De hecho veo una persona aquí de Lux y el otro día se molestaron conmigo, pero yo tuve que hacer un comentario porque trataron mal a un peleador y tuve un problema ahí, pero la verdad que yo soy bien amable. Todos los que me han visto, yo soy bien amable con la gente, pero si pasa algo, yo no me voy a quedar callado. Yo soy completamente un cristal y pues creo que eso es lo que predico, ¿no?
Y aquí dijiste en inglés que cuando te preguntaron que no piensas que vas a pelear ya el resto del año. ¿Alguna razón para que la gente en español sepa, para que tu gente en México, los que te siguen en español, alguna razón? Porque viene una gran cartelera el 16 de septiembre, tan mexicana como esta de esta noche. ¿Alguna razón por la que ya no vas a pelear? ¿No quieres? ¿Es algo médico? ¿Es alguna otra razón que la gente deba saber?
Sí, mira, he descuidado mucho a mi familia. Varias cosas. El restaurante también lo he descuidado. Yo soy restaurantero, soy socio de restaurantes y quiero establecer una base porque mucha gente quiere hacer negocios conmigo y sin embargo yo no puedo porque no tengo pues un sistema, ¿no? Quiero hacer ese sistema y también tengo unas cirugías que hacerme en la boca. Entonces, son cosas que he aplazado porque caen oportunidades y no las puedo esas aplazar. Entonces, ahora que ya tengo esta victoria, tengo que disfrutarla, tengo que vivirla y quiero pelear el siguiente año porque yo voy lento, pero lejos. Entonces, 2 peleas en este año está perfecto.
Y ya, perdón, la última. Te aseguraste que la cirugía en la boca te va a seguir permitiendo reírte, ¿no? Que vas a seguir riéndote, que no hay problema con eso, ¿no? Felicidades.
Cada vez mejor, sí, claro. Algún día voy a tener una banda de rock y necesito tener mis dientes muy bien para que me vea bien.
Jesús, ¿cómo estás? Heriberto Muñoz. Para preguntarte, ¿pudiste platicar con los otros mexicanos sobre este momento, sobre abrir la cartelera, hacer las primeras peleas, perdón, y sobre todo dar esta victoria? Porque imagínate cómo están ellos en su preparación y viéndote aparte.
Claro que sí, hablé con los 4, hablé ayer con Yair apenas y les dije que les iba a demostrar que les iba a abrir la cartelera bien chingón, que les iba a aprender a la gente y que estaba yo muy orgulloso de ellos.
Jesús, felicidades con el triunfo. Has mencionado un psicólogo, es algo que hemos visto con más peleadores y peleadoras. ¿Qué factor fue o qué beneficio tuvieron de esa idea?
Mira, solo tuve 3 citas con ella. Es una excelente psicóloga. Sin embargo, hablar con ella después de la derrota me sirvió bastante para ver que es más sencilla la vida de lo que se ve. Podemos ser más relajados, podemos disfrutar el momento y ser felices porque vida hay una. Y ya con eso que me rectificó, o sea, porque es algo que yo pienso, dijo, bueno, entonces a vivir la vida, ¿no? A disfrutarla y a sufrirla. Disfruta el proceso.
De acuerdo, mencionaste tu restaurante, esta noche nos diste un platillo padrísimo de un knockout tremendo. Explícame cómo viste esa combinación estilo Canelo Kirkland. 1-2, ¡pow! Knockout.
¿A poco fue 1-2? Esa combinación la trabajamos bastante. Se me fue la pregunta, la verdad.
¿Cómo viste esa combinación o cómo pudiste ejecutar exactamente ese golpe que conectó perfectamente para finalizar a tu oponente?
No, pues te digo, sí la trabajamos mucho, trabajamos 2-3 combinaciones, como yo no estaba muy seguro de mi striking, entonces me reducieron mucho lo que fueron las combinaciones, el manopleo, y pues en los sparring funcionaba y aquí funcionó a la primera.
Felicidades, man.
Muchas gracias, muy amable. Listo, muchas gracias.
Well, Cameron, congratulations. I guess what's it feel like to get a win in the UFC without any fouls or any controversy?
Oh, it's great. It's really amazing. That was it was almost like a mantra. Every single warm up was like no fouls, no fouls, no fouls. So it's great. And coming in the first round, that's the cherry on the cake.
Does it, in any sense, does it feel like like your real first UFC win because now the story after isn't like after the first time it happens, it's one thing, but then it happens again and everyone's like, oh, is he a dirty fighter? And then to get a clean victory, does it almost feel like your first real UFC win?
Not at all. I'm 3-0 in the UFC. But I must say it is a massive relief because I do think I didn't want there to be any question marks next to my performances. And unfortunately, the first 2 didn't pan out the way I thought it would. But this one went pretty smoothly.
So going off of that, is this how you expected this fight to play out? Did you expect a first round finish?
Definitely a first round finish, but I didn't expect it to be on the ground. To be honest, I really wanted a good stand-up fight. We were practicing spinning stuff backstage as well. But you know, Terence Mitchell, hats off to him on short notice. He's a very game opponent and his grappling is absolutely amazing. Why not utilize that? We knew the fight might hit the ground at some stage and we'll be able to capitalize on that.
Well, moving forward, I know you were originally booked against Christian Rodriguez, who was coming off that big win over Raul. Are you hoping to maybe book that again, or are you trying to move past that? Like, because the broadcast seemed to think you wanted to fight Cody Garbrandt, who has a fight coming up. So what do you want your next move to be?
I just want to fight someone higher ranked. You know, I'm 3-0 in the UFC. I've fought 3 times in the last 8 months. I deserve someone higher ranked. And I want to start climbing the bantamweight rankings as well. So fighting Christian Rodriguez makes no sense. You know, he's ranked probably number 50 somewhere. And he beat a guy that I was quite expected him to beat him. So I would like to fight someone better ranked. You know, Cody Garbrandt is fighting Mario Batista. Maybe whatever happens in that fight, maybe we can push our bout to later in the year. I would like to fight at least once more this year.
Well, going off of that, if I'm sure you think Dricus is going to win later today, which means that they seem to want him to fight in Sydney in September, if that happens. Would that be a quick turnaround for you? Because you guys are always kind of booked on the same card.
I can confidently say September is not happening, but definitely later than September.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just down here. You spoke about the change of opponent. How difficult was that? Did you have to make any adjustments?
Most definitely. You know, Terrence Mitchell is a very crazy striker, and he's a very good ground grappler with very underestimated ground control. So we had to make some adjustments. We had some adversity in our camp as well coming into this fight, which I'm glad we stuck out and we pushed through, and I'm glad we got the job done.
Can you reveal what those kind of adversities were? Was it something personal or injuries?
Personal and injuries as well. We're gonna go back home and just sort some niggles out, some small stuff.
Cameron over here.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
You mentioned Cody Garbrandt. What interests you about that matchup? How do you think, if that was something that you do end up getting, how do you think you match up against him? So that everyone knows, it's just out of respect. I've massive respect for him. I've chatted a few times with him at the UFC PI as well. And he's a former champion. He's someone that I looked up to for years. So that fight is just plainly I want to test my skills against some of the best in the world, and he's up there in the rankings as well. So a win over him can really solidify my contention to get into those top spots. Yeah, and last one from me. Of course, the bantamweight title fight is coming up with Aljamain Sterling and Sean O'Malley. So just curious to know your take on that, how you think that goes down.
Sean gets it done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hey, just to build off that, Cameron, how do you think Sean gets it done against Sterling? Do you think it's a finish, or do you see him edging out a decision?
I do think he finishes him. I do think that Sean O'Malley has very dynamic striking and super underrated grappling, and I do think that he'll get it done.
Another finish for you here, and you got the undefeated record, and we often see guys like yourself that have that undefeated record get a bit of a push. You were on the prelims tonight. Do you want to get a main card spot here soon? I feel like you've kind of earned it at this point with 2 finishes in your last 3 fights.
Yeah, to fight later in the evening would be amazing because there were a bunch of South African fans in the crowd tonight, a bunch of guys that were really rooting for myself and our team, and I'm very grateful for that. So if we can do it with a fuller arena, that would be great.
What does it mean to be sort of part of this new wave of the bantamweight division? Like, we're hearing that Aljamain Sterling's going to be moving up. We're seeing, you mentioned Cody Garbrandt. I mean, he was a champion for a while. We're seeing a lot of newcomers come through. What does it mean to be a part of that group?
It's fun because it's super dynamic. I think we have one of the most talent-rich divisions in the UFC. So seeing that development, seeing the movement, all the moving parts actually moving with every single event is exciting. And it puts not pressure, but it keeps us focused on really improving every aspect of the game.
You mentioned not wanting to fight in September. Do you have a card in mind, or when you would like to have that next fight? I'm sure you want to get one more in before the end of the year.
October, November, December.
November, New York?
Ooh, that sounds
There you go. Just put that in your head. Last one, got to ask. You know what I'm going to ask right now? Are you going to Topgolf after your fight? Are you going to stay a little bit longer? Did you even end up getting to go last time? I can't remember.
I couldn't go to Topgolf. I've been nagging Dricus for
said he'd go
every single day, but he doesn't want to go. But I did beat him in putt-putt at the Schmo's house, so that was quite fun.
Congrats on the win.
Thanks.
Cameron back here. Back. Congratulations, Cameron. can you put into words how big a night like tonight is for the team? Obviously, you and Dricus have fought together, but safe to say this is a much bigger night for the whole team.
100%. You know, I know for a fact Dricus is going to get it done tonight. After that, he's going to be fighting for a world title, and that's amazing. We're going to go home with, again, perfect 2-0, and we had the Springboks play Australia back home. You know, we beat them far. I got a first round finish, and now it's just Dricus needs to seal the deal.
You guys are obviously very close friends. Obviously, you know, the media, we love the whole, you know, big brother, little brother thing that you guys have going on. But as you guys are rising up the ranks, no longer being on the same schedule, do you kind of see that as a little bit of out of Dricus' shadow a little bit and just start to do your own thing as you probably start to fight on cards where he is not around and this isn't as much of a narrative?
Most definitely, but I do think that even if he competes, I'll still be there. I won't be fighting, but I'll be there in his corner, well, at least in the crowd, just cheering, and I do expect him to be there if I'm competing, you know, so we knew the time was going to come that we won't be able to share cards. That's fine, we'll keep on flying the SA flag high on different cards.
I asked him after the fight in March, just like, hey, you know, you and Cameron Simon starting to level up a little bit in the post-fight. We have the suit and tie now. I mean, is this on purpose? It's like, you know what, he's starting to wear suits. We're just trying to level up out there post-fight.
We are super competitive. No, I'm joking. I have a great tailor back home in South Africa, so shout out to the goat of Bespoke. But he's very cool, and I consider him a friend. So it's great to just enjoy the moment, enjoy it for what it is, and you know, then I get to wear something nice at least once because I'm always in sweaty training clothes. Thank you.
Cameron, back here. You're a very young fighter, but you've had 7 finishes in your 9 pro fights. What has been the key for you to get finishes so frequently?
My team, and I preach this a lot. You know, my team. I'm just a skinny loser from Pretoria, South Africa, but I really stand on the shoulders of giants. And you know, my head coach Moreno, my great assistant coach here, Henny Engelbrecht, and the whole team at Team CIT. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them.
And also, you mentioned how you wanted a stand-up fight, but tonight it was kind of your grappling that opened up the ground and pound. Is that something that you kind of look forward to in these exchanges? Even though you do like to stand on the feet, your grappling can still open up, still strikes with the hands.
It's great to have the confidence to know that the fight, wherever the fight goes, we'll be able to get the finish, and we showed that tonight. And I'm pretty sure my grappling coach back home is very happy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Cameron, one more over here. It seems like the narrative around the bantamweight division is anyone in that top 5 to top 10 could essentially be challenging for the title, and it would make sense, like Sanhagen, Umar, Merab. So I'm curious, who do you believe is the best bantamweight in the UFC right now? Is it Aljamain? Is it Sean O'Malley? Is it Merab? Like, is there an unnamed champion that you see as a fighter?
I think technically it's very close. I do think it's such a dense division that it's very hard to call. But I do, just off the top of my head, I think Corey Sandhagen, Merab Dasvili, I think they are the 2 most solid guys in that division. Great. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
It's kind of stiff right now.
Well, Vitor, right here. First of all, congratulations on the victory. I guess, what are the emotions after an impressive performance like that?
Primeiro de tudo, parabéns pela vitória. Quais são as emoções depois de uma vitória dominante como foi essa?
Obrigado. É sempre uma emoção muito grande, né?
Pô, minha primeira finalização da minha carreira no maior evento do planeta, num evento numerado, então, pô, é tudo muito bom.
First of all, thank you so much. I mean, it's just what the emotions. I mean, it's always a great. There's a great deal of emotion actually to be here, but to actually have the first submission in my career in the biggest promotion in the world in a pay-per-view, a number card. I mean, it's really good.
You mentioned the first submission of your career. Did this outcome, was that even in your mind, or were you expecting a finish? What type of fight were you expecting in there tonight?
E você falou que era a tua primeira finalização da carreira. Você esperava que poderia ter sido assim? Você acha que era uma possibilidade? Como é que era isso na tua cabeça?
Eu aproveitei a oportunidade, né? A gente na minha equipe, acontece muitas situações no treino. E às vezes aproveita uma, perde outra, foi uma oportunidade que apareceu e eu aproveitei. Então acho que foi algo normal da luta, né? Uma coisa decorrente da luta ali.
I took advantage of the opportunity. In training back at the gym, we always do that. The opportunities present themselves. Sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't take advantage of them. But I think it just is an opportunity that presented itself, and it's from the fighting. I mean, that's an opportunity that's going to come up.
Were you surprised with how tough he was in there? Because you were finding success throughout the fight, but it still took until the third round to find that opening.
Você ficou surpreso com quão duro ele era? Porque, obviamente, você estava dominando, mas foram 3 rounds de qualquer maneira e demorou até o final para você conseguir finalizar?
Sim, eu não estava com pressa de terminar a luta. A luta começou ali, eu estava sentindo bem. Ele bateu, não senti os golpes dele. Eu queria só sentir aquele momento, os golpes encaixar, ver como que ia acontecer.
No surprises there. I knew it was going to be tough. I wasn't in a hurry to do anything. I wanted to connect some stuff. I wanted to start feeling what he was bringing to the table. Then I noticed that I started to connect in some strikes. And then at one point, I knew he was resisting, but at one point I was like, I mean, it's time to finish this off.
Did you notice that your footprint was on his calf, kicking him?
Você notou que tinha a marca do teu pé na panturrilha dele, de tanto chutar?
Eu quero lutar o quanto antes, né? Acredito que eu tô pronto. Só ajustar mais algumas coisas, que toda luta tem um ajuste. Mas se eu puder lutar no UFC Brasil, seria uma realização muito grande, né? Pô, seria na real um sonho para mim lutar no UFC Brasil. Então eu tô pronto. Só o adversário, a data já tem, vamos lá.
So the sooner the better, as soon as possible. Of course, if whenever come calling, just as a matter of resting and making some adjustments. But it will be great to actually fight in Brazil. Just making it would be a great achievement and actually a dream come true. If that's what they want, I'll be ready. Tem mais perguntas? More questions? Você quer falar? Vai falar.
Eu queria que alguém de vocês pudesse me ajudar a levar um recado para o Sam Shelby ou então o Mike, né? Porque, como eu disse no octógono, eu acho que é um desperdício muito grande a qualidade de material que a gente tem na academia e tem só eu e o Eliseu Capoeira aqui no UFC. Então tem o Luan Miel Santiago, Geraldo Neto, o Eric Visconde, entre outros atletas gabaritadíssimos no Brasil, que ninguém quer lutar com os caras mais. Eu acredito que falta só oportunidade para eles estar aqui. Os caras têm um recorde impecável, os caras são terríveis, só esperam uma oportunidade.
I just want to, from any of you, if you can help me, send a message out to Sean Shelby or McMaynard. I think it's just such a waste to have so much talent and such a rich talent pool in our gym. We have names out there, Luan Miao, we have Geraldo, we have Eric, among others that are there. And it's just it's a waste to actually have an impeccable record. No one wants to fight them. They beat everybody, and just us. It's just basically at this point, from my gym, just myself and Eliseu Zaleski Capoeira in the UFC. I think we have a lot to show.
Vitor, em português aqui no fundo. Queria saber sobre a sua primeira finalização na carreira, né? E a importância do Cristiano Marcelo nesse processo todo, já que, né, a base dele aí é a luta agarrada, jiu-jitsu. Eu queria saber desse processo todo, como é que foi para você conseguir sua primeira vitória por finalização aqui no UFC.
Victor, first of all, I want to know your first submission, and I want to know the importance of Cristiano Marcelo with you. Someone whose base is being out there, and kind of grappling and just being on the ground game. What is that importance? What played part in actually getting the submission?
Eu acredito que eu pude mostrar um pouco do que o mestre Cristiano Marcelo transmite pra gente, que quem faz ponto é costureira. Sem system a gente pega para finalizar. Ele fugiu da primeira oportunidade, já foi para a segunda, consegui pegar, então a gente busca finalizar ou nocautear o tempo todo. E essa é a essência que o Cristiano Marcelo tenta mostrar pra gente, não só nas lutas, mas em todo o treino. A gente não se poupa, a gente quer ali mostrar o show. Então acho que é um orgulho muito grande pra mim. Além de, minha primeira finalização ser no UFC, é ter o mestre Cristiano Marcelo como meu mestre, orientando meu caminho ali no jiu-jitsu ali. Obrigado, mestrão.
First of all, just obviously the importance, and thank you, Cristiano Marcelo, for showing that. There is no translation to the joke he did. Just wanted to let you know. Absolutely, I'm not cleaning it up. There's just no translation to quem faz ponta costureira. It's just touching, basically. I don't want to touch him, okay? Fighters are not supposed to touch, they're supposed to fight. It's so important to be there, and I was able to show a little bit of what he shows in the gym for us every day. We're trying to get better, and how important. We get into a fight to actually finish and win, and that's what I was trying to do. Se me quebra.
Thank you, everybody. See you soon.
Alonso, right here.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man? First of all, congratulations on the victory. I guess, what are the emotions now that you finally get past this Jimmy Crute chapter of your life? That's,
Yeah, the emotions are good, man. I felt like I was in cement. So to get this W in the way I did it, I'm like, yeah.
I'm curious in the build-up, because this is it was back-to-back fight camps for the same guy, and obviously neither of you got the outcome that you wanted in the first one. Did this feel like maybe one long fight camp, just constantly preparing for the same guy?
Oh man, this felt like a hell of a long camp. But I kept thinking about that third round, and I was disgusted. So I didn't give a damn. I was ready.
When you say disgusted, were you disgusted at yourself? Were you disgusted at the ref? What was going on?
At myself. Giving a ref, it was kind of, questionable, but myself. Because at the end of the day, it's always just, you can look at yourself.
So entering this fight, given what happened in the previous one, obviously, I'm sure your confidence was sky high because you know what was happening up until that point deduction. Like, what was the confidence level entering this fight?
The confidence was, I don't know where's it going to go. But I'm always confident. I was calm, and when I seen that he was sucking wind in the second round, I said, yeah, opportunity.
So walk us through it looked like a neck crank, guillotine type situation that you submitted him with. Well, walk us through that technique.
Yeah, so he was going for the single leg, and based on his head position going to my right, I said, there it is, and I clamped him. And first I was going to go for a true guillotine, and then the way his head rolled to the right, I went over the shoulder and clamped it.
Did you say anything to him after? Because almost immediately he started to take his gloves off, and the broadcast seemed to wonder if he was just frustrated and was going to retire on the spot, but then it looked like his coaches kind of talked him out of it. What did you see in there from him?
Yeah, Jimmy Crute is young, so I don't know, man. When you fall down, I just want him to know you get back up. And we all been there as fighters, as people in life, so for him it's like, hey, man, keep going. You young as shit. I don't know. I don't know if he was thinking about retiring or whatever, but dude, you're young, man. Keep going.
The final one for me. What do you want the rest of your year to look like? You're on this unbeaten streak. I know there was the no contest in there, but racking up all these wins in a row in this division, you can kind of climb these rankings relatively quickly. So what would you like the rest of your year to look like?
Man, just give me the fights. Give me the dinero. With that, I'm happy. I got 6 people, including myself, to provide to. So whatever brings me closer to zero in my network.
Are there names, dates, locations that you eye for the rest of the year?
No, whoever, line them up.
Alonso, over here.
Yeah, what's up?
How's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, I know, good to see you. Pat Barry obviously in your corner, and we've seen the improvements under him. What has been the biggest difference getting to work with him in your performances in the cage?
Oh man, working with Pat is a blessing. Given my nature and his nature, I think we mesh very well. Yeah, man, I put the stamp, he put the stamp, and yeah, it showed. So.
And also, it seems like you're working in a bit of a smaller camp, like more focused on your skill set. Do you find that's been beneficial to you as opposed to maybe being at a bigger camp?
Yeah, because when it's fight week, it's your week, and we emphasize that through, I guess, Tuesday all the way to fight night on Saturday. And Pat is a non-selfish individual, and not to say anyone else is selfish, but he pours into me, and I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a blessing.
This was obviously a stacked card. You were on the prelims. Did you kind of like this, kind of flying under the radar and having this fight, not doing as much media? Do you prefer that, or do you want to get like maybe a main card spot next time?
I don't give a damn, man. Give me the zeros, more zeros. As far as, I guess, main card or whatever, yeah, it's always a good thing, and I know it comes with climbing the ladder. So, yeah, whatever, man. I'll be ready for it.
Okay, and just last one for me. How do you plan on celebrating tonight? Nice thing about being on the prelims, you get to watch the rest of the fights. You can have an early evening, right?
Yeah, I'm going to watch the fights, drink some water, maybe finally have a donut or something. I don't know. I don't drink, so I don't know. I'm pretty boring, man. I'm a family guy. Yeah.
Alonzo, how important was it for you to stay patient when he grabbed your arms and he hooked you? How important was patience there for you?
Patience was the key. Jimmy, as I said, he's young, and I knew he's going to pour, go, especially because he felt like he mauled at me in the last fight, third round. So, yeah, when he kept doing that and kneeing and grabbing, I said, keep on, baby. And then, in that first round, him and I had an exchange, too. He hit me with something, and I was like, damn. But, yeah, he would left, shut up. He hit me with a left hook. But yeah, he was sucking wind second round. I said opportunity.
When you felt him tap out, what was the level of excitement there that you felt?
I felt calm, man. It's the weirdest stuff ever. Coming out to this fight, I listened to about 30 minutes of gospel. My mother-in-law prayed for me, deep, good prayer too. Given that, I felt calm. I don't know, it's because of the last fight or whatever, but I felt calm, which was kind of scary. So when I got the submission, I was just like, all right, release. Whatever. On to the next one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alonzo, one more. Does anything bother you? Because you just seem like kind of a calm guy.
I'm calm because I've been
Denise. Right.
Oi.
First of all, congratulations on the victory. I'm sure you've been told this, but it's the fastest finish in UFC strawweight history. So I'm curious if you were aware of that, and what are the emotions now after?
Primeiro de tudo, parabéns pela vitória. Imagino que você já deve ter recebido a notícia. Esse é o final mais rápido da história da divisão. Você sabia disso?
Não sabia, não.
Então, parabéns, a Couch. I didn't know. O que você acha disso?
Então, eu não sabia, foi uma surpresa para mim. Eu sabia que eu ia entrar aqui, eu ia bater alguns recordes, ia ser alguma coisa diferente. E já começar assim, foi muito legal.
No, I didn't know. It was a surprise for me. I knew that, I had the potential. I was going to come into the UFC and actually break some records, but to actually start like this is a very cool thing.
Yasmin was a very big betting favorite, so I'm curious if you were aware of that. Does that bother you? And does the knowledge of so many people doubting you make this that much more special?
A Yasmin também era uma favoritíssima na Bolsa de Apostas. Não sei se isso te incomoda. e também o fato das pessoas duvidarem de você, se isso acaba te ajudando.
Então, é normal as pessoas duvidarem da gente, né? Não foi a primeira nem vai ser a última. Mas eu entro lá sempre com o mesmo pensamento, vencer, independente de quem esteja lá, máximo respeito pela adversária, mas o meu objetivo é vencer, independente se a torcida está a favor ou contra. Lógico, a torcida a favor é muito melhor, né? Mas o meu objetivo é o mesmo.
People are going to doubt you. It doesn't matter what happens. I mean, people are always going to doubt, and I have a lot of respect for the opponent, but you come in, no matter what, if people think I'm going to lose or think I'm going to win, my respect's going to be the same, my attitude's going to be the same.
Does the fact that her previous 2 wins were against Brazilians make it that much more special too?
O fato das primeiras 2 vitórias dela terem sido contra as brasileiras foi uma motivação extra?
Particularmente, eu nem sei com quem que ela lutou, não sei nem o jogo dela. Eu entrei ali só confiando no que a gente faz na academia e acho que foi o suficiente. Essa teoria que eu tenho aqui.
Particularly, I do not know who she fought against. That's something that we do back in the gym. I don't know what she did. We came in there to actually do our thing, and that's kind of the theory that I have in my head to actually come in with what I bring in.
Did you think it was a late stoppage? People on the internet seem to think the referee should have stepped in sooner to save her from more damage.
Você acha que a parada foi um pouco demorada? Teve muita gente na internet que está falando que deveria ter parado a luta antes para ela não sofrer mais.
Eu senti que a cabeça dela foi muito para trás. Eu senti realmente, mas ela ainda estava viva ali na luta e eu queria terminar, né? Não queria perder essa oportunidade. Eu acho que o juiz realmente demorou um pouco, mas eu no lugar dela eu ia fazer o mesmo.
I really did feel that her head tilted back a little bit too much, but I saw that I saw that the ref probably saw her kind of alive. She was still moving and trying to get out of there. If I was in her place, obviously I do think that it could have been stopped earlier, but I do think that if I was in her place, I would have done the same, just trying to move out.
For me, a victory like this, a lot of people are now going to be, or know who you are, and you're going to be aware in this division. So what do you want next, and how would you like the rest of your year to look?
A minha última pergunta aqui uma vitória como essa faz as pessoas começarem a te olhar e de uma maneira diferente e muita gente vai olhar para você dentro da divisão. E agora, o que você quer? O que você gostaria idealmente?
Próxima luta já, para mim poder ver o quanto eu evoluo, ver o quanto aonde eu estou chegando. Isso não é tão contra a minha adversária, mas é contra mim mesmo. Então, independente de quem for, independente do lugar, independente da pessoa, eu miro a vitória, eu miro evoluir. E eu tenho estratégia quando eu vou lutar, mas o que vai rolar lá dentro é surpresa até para mim. Então, que seja surpresa boa, né? O que eu espero das próximas coisas.
Obviously, the sooner the better. I want to show people how much I've evolved. We're always looking to evolve, and I mean, as soon as we can fight, we're gonna do that. We have plans when we go in there, and I want to show with each fight that there's been evolution as a fighter. Even though we have a game plan, and we do, believe me, whenever we get in there, there's a surprise. Even for myself, as long as it's a good surprise, I'm in for it.
Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
You fought in front of a crowd in Missouri, but I'm wondering, International Fight Week, Las Vegas, T-Mobile Arena, did this fight feel a lot bigger with everything that goes on in Fight Week?
Você já lutou para uma galera, para uma torcida no estádio, mas agora lutar na Semana Internacional da Luta, lutar aqui em Las Vegas, lutar num evento como esse, diferente?
Diferente, a energia é demais, mas isso não me deixa nervosa. Eu aprendi a trabalhar isso comigo mesmo para não me atrapalhar na hora da luta, porque o nervosismo rouba toda a preparação que a gente tem, mas a energia é surreal, é uma coisa única.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, the energy is just up there. It's so high. I've worked to prepare myself to not actually let it get to me. We worked that a lot, but I can't lie. The energy there is just surreal. It's just pretty amazing in the fight.
We know the fans can get a little passionate. There were...
Igual eu disse, acho bonito, mas eu vou sair de lá com a vitória. Eu vou brigar por ela, e independente da torcida, não.
I think it's beautiful, and I want that same kind of energy in Brazil, and I want to have that feeling too, and have that high energy.
Você se dividiu entre Vegas e Brasil, como é que foi?
A lot of people say that camp is just going through camp. preparing yourself, cutting weight before the fight. There's a lot, even some people say that's sometimes a harder process than the fight itself. You kind of, and obviously in quotes, so to speak, but in the fight, you made it look easy today. Can you tell us a little bit about Mario, your camp? Did you do any part of it in Vegas? Did you do it in Brazil? How was your camp and your preparation for this?
Então, eu tive a oportunidade de treinar com um pouco de cada das pessoas e absorver um pouco de cada uma. Treinei lá no Brasil com o Helder, com os meninos, com a galera lá, com o meu preparador físico Marquinhos. Pude vir aqui um tempo antes para treinar com o Mestre Paraná. Então, eu pude pegar um pouquinho de cada um para, quando precisar, eu ter muitas ferramentas. Mas o camp foi muito difícil em si, né, apesar de tudo. Teve muitas coisas pessoais e também a gente mesmo, o dia a dia é bem dificultoso, mas é tudo superação, tudo se resume a isso.
I actually had a great camp. I did a lot of it in Brazil, all the different aspects I could. But just a lot of preparation to it. At the end of the day, that's what really counts. We're trying to come in, and also I had some personal issues throughout the camp, but it wasn't as easy as we thought. But at the end of the day, it's all about overcoming. That's the final message we have. That's what it's all about, overcoming. Hey, sweet.
Thank you, guys.
Zoom over here. First of all, congratulations on the victory. A lot of things happened in that fight. Both you guys are talking a lot, so I'm curious, what are the emotions after getting through a fight like that?
まずはおめでとうございます。いろんなことがあった試合だと思いますけど、いろんな感情の変化とかもあったのかなと思うんですけど、ぜひ今の気持ちを教えてください。
今はまあ本当に大きい会場でたくさんお客さんが入ってる前で初めて試合したんで、すごい楽しかったです。
I would say I had a lot of fun. I had a major event, a lot of crowd. I had fun.
I was gonna say we don't normally see you express a lot of emotions in there, but you kicked your guys were talking back and forth, eyeing each other down. So, during the fight? What was going through your mind?
感情をあまり表に出さない選手というふうにも見てたところ、試合後マウスピースを切るようなこともありましたが、ぜひそういった試合に関わるところではどういった思いだったのか聞かせてください。
なんか自分が思ったようにスピースに当たっちゃいました。
I really, at points, I couldn't move the way I wanted. I could definitely hear my coaches, what they were saying, and I really wanted to make that finish, but I couldn't. I would have to say I was a bit frustrated at some points, and that frustration kind of went to my mouthpiece.
In the first round, it looked like he clipped you, and he went for the guillotine. He went for the guillotine again later on, and then he went for the guillotine again at the end of the fight. Were any of those tight, or were you in danger at any moment?
相手のギロチンに何か恐怖とか、きついなって感じたところはありましたか？
最後はちょっと時間もないし、ちょっともう抱えられた時にもうフィニッシュが無理だと思って耐えて終わろうと思った時にちょっと深く入っちゃったんで、そのマウントポジションをちょっと失ってしまったんですけど、ちょっと最初らへんは全然相手のギロチンをちょっと甘く見てたのもあると思います。
The last guillotine, I know time was clicking. When he held me up, I realized it was a bit tight, but I just had to wait for the clock to run down. The first two guillotines, it's not a big damage, but I had to be more careful throughout.
Then there was a bit of an odd exchange between you and Herb Dean when you were doing the elbows, and then he was showing you how to do the elbows. What exactly was happening between you two?
ハーブディーンと肘のとことかですかね、いろいろ会話があったと思いますけど、どんな会話されてたんでしょうか。
ちょっとハーブディーンになんか肘打ちを注意されてるのは分かったんですけど、ちょっとその角度がダメなのか、もっと強く打ちなさいって言ってるのか、どっちか分かんなかったです。
Yeah, the elbow, I know he was trying to tell me something about it. I didn't realize if he was trying to stop me or was he trying to make me, get as strong in a different way. So that was my question to him.
Did you notice that his toes were in the fence quite a bit because the referee kept having to pull them out?
フェンスに相手の足の指ですね、かけてるのを注意されるシーンが多かったと思うんですけど、それは気づいていましたか？
それは気づかなくて、まあでもコーチがフェンス蹴ってくるぞっていうのは聞こえてて、その指が引っかかってるのは気づかなかったです、試合中。
The answer would be no. I didn't realize that he's using his toes. The coach would say that careful, he's going to kick the fence, which I was very aware of. I wasn't aware of the toe.
And final one for me. What would you like the rest of your year to look like? When would you like to return?
最後の質問です。残りの今年どう過ごしましょうか。次の試合どんな、いつ試合をしたいでしょうか。
I want to ranking fighter. I want more step up. I will be champion. Thank you.
Would you like to turn around and fight on that UFC Singapore card?
シンガポールのカードに出たいっていう気持ちはありますか？
シンガポールもすごい出たいですけど、まあいろいろそのランキングのファイター、まあ上の選手とやりたいですし、そういう選手がいるならぜひシンガポールで戦いたいです。
Fighter ranker, I would say. So it was a very new experience, very fun experience for me. Of course, the opponent was Mexican. There's a lot of Mexican crowd. There's a lot of Mexican flags there too. All that environment was very new, but I really enjoyed it. Even after the fight, the crowd would shout my name to Turo. They'll give hands, high fives, autographs. So I really enjoyed it.
Finally, now that you've had In-N-Out Burger a few times, how do you like your burgers?
インアンドアウトにハマってるということですかね。ハンバーガーのは好きですか？
いや本当にこっちのハンバーガーすごい大好きで、まあ明日日本に帰っちゃうんで、ハンバーガーインアウトのハンバーガー食べてからじゃないと日本に帰れないなっていう気持ちです。
Yeah, I love hamburgers, American hamburgers. I have a flight back to tomorrow, but before that, I definitely have to go get an In-N-Out hamburger.
Thank you.
Tatsuro, can you talk about going from the card in Jacksonville to fighting on the card tonight? How big of a change was that for you, and what do you think of the opponent pulling out?
ジャクソンビルの試合から、今日の試合に変えるというところで、大きく。
戦略的、対戦相手が変わることで、意識することは変わりましたし、結構ロングレンジっていうか、自分と似たような体格の選手とやれてすごい。
Over and you are at the end of your career.
Hasn't really settled in. I mean, I'm just kind of like trying to take it all in and just thanking everyone around me for helping me get to where I am today.
Is there any sense of relief that, like, obviously you were focused on the fight, but all the talk leading up was like retirement, what are you going to do next, what are you going to do next, and now the fight's over and you can just finally let everything just kind of settle in your mind and everything?
Yeah, I don't know, because I've never been in this position before. I mean, it's the unknown to me, so it's definitely weird, and I'll figure it out.
And what did you think of the video tribute? We've never really seen that in MMA. A lot of people online are saying this is one of the better retirement moments we've ever had in the entire sport, not just the UFC. Out more perfectly for you, first round knockout.
Yeah, no, it's definitely you want to get in there and get out if you can. It was like what makes this retirement pretty easy for me is because this is the first day I actually felt good during this whole camp. So it's like, okay, like, but that's really what you want though. It's like try to figure out to be a way to be really good on one day at your best, and I was able to do that today.
What was going on in camp that you didn't feel that great?
Stuff doesn't work like it used to, but obviously it does here and there. So like there was flashes, and you like use those flashes to be like, okay, there it is. Okay, can we keep that going for the rest of the camp? But then it's just like up and down. Like it's just hard to recover, and it's hard to push yourself the way I'm used to pushing myself and doing the extra. It's hard. I can't do extra, but now that I'm retired, I can do that extra, and I can torture myself and enjoy that because I don't have to recover for anything.
And the one final one for me, when you entered the cage, you kind of paused and looked around, and it looked like you were soaking in the moment. And then at the end, when the fight was over, you went down on one knee and put your head down. What was going through your mind in those two moments?
The first one was just enjoying the moment and embracing the fans and looking around and just taking a moment to like see it all and feel it all and knowing that this could be the last, and it is the last. And after the fight, I took a knee, and I was trying to look at my career and just being grateful for this moment and everything that's happening, and just being grateful and thankful for it, and just gratitude was what I was embracing.
Hey, Robbie. I just want to ask you, Conor tweeted that he believes that you're going to be back by the end of the year. As he obviously has retired and come back a few times. Is there any chance? I mean, it seems like going out on such a high, you might want that high again.
Why, does Conor want to fight?
Oh, I don't know. Would you come back for Conor?
I mean, that's a big fight, but no, I mean, I'm not really thinking about those things. I mean, I felt good today. That's the thing. If I felt good for 7 full weeks and like that type of thing, and the fight only went for so long, but you never know. But I feel good with everything I accomplished, and this is definitely a good way to go out.
He did say he thought you'd be back by the end of the year, and he thinks he'll fight in December. So I don't know. Maybe he's hinting at something.
He's just trying to get me gassed up, I'm sure, but. I'm not focused on any of that right now, just relaxing and trying to embrace this moment.
Thank you.
Robbie, this was your first round finish in 10 years. I know with these 5-round fights, you become very good at pacing yourself and conserving energy and picking your moments. Were you surprised at all to see him drop, and were you throwing extreme force into those punches, trying to get him out early?
I felt really good in the back. My feet were moving like I wanted them to move, and it's been a while since that happened. And when my feet are moving that way, usually the hands follow pretty well. So I landed a decent shot coming in, a little uppercut that kind of grazed his chin, maybe a temple, maybe rocked him. And then when he went to clinch, all those were hard, heavy shots, and it was just rough for him because there was just too many good shots in a row in the right spots, and that's why he was crumbled. But yeah, it was what it was.
And your retirement is legitimately the end of the era. You're the last fighter in the UFC who ever competed in Pride. And that chapter's all gone. I mean, what do you think that kind of means? And if you could send a message maybe to this next generation of fighters, they kind of say they aren't built like you anymore. Do you kind of feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, I've fought a lot of different styles of fighting. I mean, I've soccer kicks on the ground in Hawaii. It's definitely an end of an era, but I mean, this era coming up's really special. We're going to get to see the growth. It's going to explode, I believe. There's a lot of talent out there. There's a lot of exposure around the world, and I see this sport just becoming huge.
Hey, Robbie over here. Just want to clarify, because we do see this where fighters, retire from MMA. Bare knuckle fighting, anything like that, does that interest you at all or no?
No. I'm coaching and hanging
So retired
out.
from combat sports, though, right? Is that kind of because like that can be
just
kind of loose-ended? You know?
retired. Yeah, I'm just retired. Going to go back and work out. I'm always going to be working out. I'm always going to be in shape. I'm going to be dieting. That's just who I am and what I like to do and what I'm interested in. But I'm going to coach and give back to others and guys who want to compete at a high level. I'm going to try to help them do that.
And you're a pretty stoic guy in the cage. You know, don't show a lot of emotion other than obviously when you get like a knockout or a win or something. But you got a little emotional tonight. I know it was the last fight. Can you remember the last time you were like that in the cage? Like it seemed like a really good moment that you got to enjoy and take in.
Yeah, because when you're trying to move forward and focus on like how to get better for the next one and those types of things, you don't really allow yourself to, or at least I never allowed myself to like totally enjoy a moment. So it was just like after the fight, it was just gratitude for that kid who came in here in 2000, started fighting and training, just having a crazy little attitude. I'm just really appreciate that kid who got here today.
Yeah, and just last one for me. How much easier is it on that decision to retire, just with the way things went tonight? Like maybe you'd won a decision, or maybe it didn't go your way. I mean, it couldn't have gone any better. I think getting a first round finish. So it must make that decision so much easier for you.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I made the decision before I had the fight, so it was just like definitely a nice way to go out. It was nice to get the support from the fans and the UFC and all the media and everyone at the UFC really treated me well, and I'm honored to be on this platform competing at a high level.
Robbie, back here.
This one right here. This one right here in the back. Robbie, I mean, obviously been a fighter for so long. We all remember, how young you were getting in here. Monday morning, you wake up, you're not going to have a fight or look forward to a fight for a while. Have you thought about what that's going to feel like for you? Just like, hey, now it's officially the rest of my life.
No, really haven't thought about it. It's the unknown for me. It's at first it was kind of scary, but now I'm just kind of like, whatever. What could be worse than going on and freaking fight, right? So like, I'm good.
Robbie, just down here. For the whole run up to this weekend, there was a lot of talk, obviously, about the retirement. The Hall of Fame as well. Was it hard for you to not be emotional in the run up to this fight, especially with the press conference? A lot of people had, some great things to say about you. Was it hard to keep that composure at all?
It was harder. I had an issue when someone asked a question one time, but usually I'm pretty good at like not allowing myself to take praise. It's weird. It's like it's easier to stay level-headed and focus on a task at hand. So I never really allowed myself to embrace praise my whole career, just because it's like you never know where you're gonna get. So if you don't accept praise, it's easier to stay focused and stay level-headed. So it's definitely it was hard for me to. I wouldn't say hard, it was just different for me to embrace that because I've never done it before.
Did it kind of come out, when they were playing the highlights to you in the octagon? Did it come out there? Is that when it showed?
Yeah, and how the crowd was. The crowd definitely appreciated what I've done for this sport, and I felt it today, and I felt it all week, and that's really what it's all about. It's touching lives and touching individuals, and it's nice that all these fans giving back to me, and it's an honor.
And they showed some great highlights of your career. Is there one memory that sticks out for you?
Not really. It's kind of crazy to like go back and like what am I missing? But
Robert Whitaker just got stopped.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's just hard for me to go back and just pick one moment because it's just been a long, storied career with lots of moments, lots of big moments, lots of ups and downs, and it was a grind, and I enjoyed all of it.
Thank you.
Robbie, back here. As human beings, it's really hard for us to kind of take a moment and smell the roses. Do you feel like your career went really, really fast, or no? In that moment when you said you had gratitude, did it kind of just feel right?
Yeah, it felt right. It felt like all of a sudden just like, man, it's a lot. that's why I don't focus on it, because I mean it's 23 plus years of just grinding and trying to fight at the highest level and trying to stay focused on bettering myself and staying healthy and eating right and just sharpening my skills and figuring out a way to get the job done day in and day out. So it's just having gratitude for everything that I accomplished, the fans, how they're treating me, how the UFC's treating me, how the sport's treated me this whole time, and definitely appreciate all of it.
And my last one, you mentioned your coaching, that you're going to get into coaching as well. Obviously, Glover Teixeira, Uriah Faber have also done that. As soon as they kind of retired, they went right into it. Is that something you're really looking forward to being a part of now in the next chapter of your life?
Yeah, I've been doing that for a while. Like, I mean, that's kind of what you do. Like, when I first started fighting, I mean, everyone that I trained with, they were helping me as they were fighting. It was like, all right, how can we sharpen this kid's skills? So now I'll just take a little different role, just kind of definitely helping. But yeah, it's so many people help me, so why wouldn't I give back to these fighters who want to accomplish things? And I feel like that's what this sport's all about. That's how this sport's going to continue to grow, touching lives and helping individuals fulfill their dreams.
Robbie in the back, way back here. You've had members of your family with you this week. You've been in this sport for 20 years. What has it meant to you to have them support you and maybe sacrifice quite a bit as well to make sure that you got to where you needed to be?
Yeah, it's definitely is different, like, to train and fight at a high level, because it's selfish. It's selfish. I'm focused on myself. I'm worried about what I'm eating, not what my wife's eating, not what my son's eating, like what I'm eating. So it's definitely very selfish, and it's hard, and it's huge to have people around you that sacrifice for you. And I mean, that's what I've had my whole career, so that I can focus on fulfilling my dreams and getting things accomplished. And without them, then none of this would be done.
Hey, Robbie, you have 3 Fight of the Years. You have one of the most iconic pictures in all of MMA. I guess how does that make you feel?
Yeah, it hasn't said it yet. I don't know if it ever will, because I mean, I just never really allowed myself to appreciate it as much. What I will appreciate is how the fans accept me and what I accomplished. Like, taking that in is huge for me, but I'm not sure if I'm ever going to be like, all right, oh man, patting myself on the back too heavy.
Of all of your time in this sport, training partners, opponents, who hit you the hardest?
Ooh, man, there's been a lot of guys on it. Jason Jackson's hit me hard. Drew McFedries has hit me hard. Jens Pulver's hit me hard with frickin' liver shots before. So, I mean, it's just, Pat can frickin' kick and punch. So it's just lots of guys have hit me. So Tim Sylvia, I mean, when I first started fighting, it was like you trained with the heavyweights, you trained with the light heavyweights. It was like, I thought maybe I was going to have to fight heavyweights when I started. So, like, it's just different.
And then finally, coming up through Team Miletich, and now you're with Killcliff, and you've been through so many gyms. Like, would you go back and not train as crazy as you did? Because, man, those early gyms were just so savage, and now it's the culture has changed a little bit. Would you change?
No, I wouldn't change anything, because if you look at my career and those things, I did those things. I took time off from sparring. I took 2.5 years off from sparring. I did those. I adapted, and even though everyone else was doing it in a certain way, I think for myself, and always have, and I'm always going to be doing that and trying to figure out what's best for me.
Congratulations.
Robbie, one more over here. I get one of the legends of Robbie Lawler that's kind of come up this week. Dricus talked about at Media Day that you've never attempted a submission. Is that true?
No, I actually have one submission, but I've never attempted one in the UFC for sure. But I did get a submission in a small show against not UFC, not in any big organization.
for so many years, like you said, 20-some years, you've always been top physical form, always training, all that other kind of stuff. Now it's done. Are you going to reward yourself, give you like 6 months or so to get a proper dad bod on? Or is it...
No, I'm always grinding. I eat whatever I want. I mean, I go through phases. I like my treats, but I'm always going to be in shape. Always pushing myself to. That's what I enjoy. I enjoy health, and I also enjoy food too. So I mean, but everything in moderation.
Robbie, one of your old teammates, Jens Pulver, you mentioned him earlier. He's in town. Have you had a chance to talk to either Jens or any of the guys from Team Militich about this next step in your life, retiring?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to Jens a little bit. It was not nobody else, though. I talked to Jens, and he's excited. I think he wants to get into coaching and do those things, but he's got some kids he's taking care of, so that's a different phase for him. So it's just, yeah, I mean, I have a lot of good people around me who are helping me.
What was it like, this transition, and when did you know that, you're going to, it's a facing your mortality and turning the page. When did you know that, it's time to retire? When did you find that?
I don't know, just over time, you just kind of like realize like things I just want to do stuff at a high level and a certain level, and when you can't do it the way you want to do it, I don't like it. I don't like it.
One last one for me. Your old teammate, Tim Sylvia, he's doing some slap fighting. Do you see that in your future?
No, thank you. I'm good. I mean, I'll watch.
Thanks, Robbie.
Right here. Congrats on the win. 38 seconds, the exact amount of time it took Robbie to win his fight right before, which was kind of interesting. Just how'd you feel about the performance in there?
I felt good. To me, that's just a big credit to my team, American Top Team, and my coaches. I'm just so grateful that I have them in my corner, and to be able to do something like that as a wrestler, it means a lot to me because of those guys and how much they put into me. Musa Al-Suleimani, Barry Robinson with A Million Styles Boxing, Mike Brown, Ailton Barboza. I'm just so grateful to have such awesome coaches. And like I said, I wouldn't be able to do that without those guys.
What was the adrenaline rush of putting away someone like that? Because I'm sure dominating someone on the mat and using your grappling is one thing, but to do that, is it a different kind of feeling?
It was, it felt good. I think that, again, like I said, I'm just proud to represent my team in a positive way. And the adrenaline is incredible. There's nothing like MMA. There's no sport in the world that can compare, in my opinion, and just how free it is and how much you can do. And so every time I get to go out and compete, I'm so grateful for the opportunity, and the rush is undeniable. So I want to do that as much as I can in my life.
How do you find the balance now, right? Because that's always the thing about the high-level wrestlers that's coming in. It's like they want to develop their striking, right? But you don't want to fall too much in love with the hands. You want to stick with your bread and butter. So how do you plan on navigating that balancing act?
For me, a big part of that is where I live and train. I live and train in State College, Pennsylvania, and I'm in the Penn State wrestling room almost every day. I'm training with the best wrestlers in the entire world, Olympic gold medalists, national champions. It just, the list goes on and on. And so, I'll always stay true to my roots. Of course, I'm going to develop these other skills because I treat every single martial art, whether it's boxing, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, with the same amount of respect and the same amount of reverence. And so by the end of my career, You know, I already have world-class wrestling. I'm going to have world-class boxing. I'm going to have world-class jiu-jitsu. I'm going to have world-class Muay Thai. And I'm going to compete on a world-class level in any of those disciplines individually and obviously in MMA as well.
And congrats on being a father soon. How's that going to impact the schedule in terms of when we might see you again?
I don't know. You know, I'm just fresh off this win. This is all I've been focused on for the past while. And so as far as scheduling goes, I'm going to take a couple days, hang out with my wife, talk with my management team and coaches, and see where we go from there.
Oh, okay.
I'm wondering, obviously that night in March was very special and very huge. How would you compare tonight compared to March?
I think that, you know, obviously March being my debut, it was special, but to me this was even more special because I was able to have my whole team here with me, and at the same time, I think I performed much, much better. Yeah, no worries. I think I performed much better. Obviously, getting a knockout finish is pretty exciting and pretty cool thing to do. You know, especially given it's International Fight Week. I think the energy was absolutely insane this whole week, and it was definitely one of my favorite performances I've had in my career.
I always ask the high-level wrestlers this. Obviously, you're working your hands, you're working everything like you just said. But when you get in that cage and maybe he stands up tall a little bit, is it hard to break that habit of those, the hips, the legs, the takedown is just right there when you're in there?
Well, it was interesting because going into the fight, I really expected my opponent to kind of charge me, rush in, try to land something big because, to me that was really his only chance to win the fight. But he was really patient, which I think is a testament to his team, his coaches. He was following a game plan. And, I had to adjust on the fly. So I saw that he was being patient, backing up, and dropping his hand a lot his lead hand when I was feigning. And so then I just came right over top of it with a hook. So I just had to make an adjustment and capitalize on it.
Over here. You said immediately, the haters will always have something to say, and people, they want to see me fail. What do you think they could possibly say about you after this performance?
I don't know, I think that for me, I've always experienced people that want me to win and people that want me to lose. That's kind of how it goes when you're part of a wrestling team, especially a wrestling team like Penn State that dominates the NCAA entirely. And so, for me, that's nothing new. But I know by the time I got to my junior, senior year in college, and I built my reputation enough to where all these fans knew me, that even I had Iowa fans, I'd have Ohio State fans, Oklahoma State fans that would come up to me and tell me that they love watching me wrestle and they respected me, and if I wasn't competing against their team, they would cheer for me. So I think as the MMA community continues to get to know me, I think that it bothers them a little bit that I'm got the attention that I have so quickly with 5 fights, which, it makes sense. But I think as they continue to get to know me, I build my reputation, that they'll probably start liking me.
Well, you talk about the fans. Do your fellow fighters do you sense their sort of resentment that you're kind of getting all this attention?
No, I don't really sense resentment from fighters at all. I have a great team at American Top Team, and all those guys have been super supportive of me, wanted to help me. Of course, I want to help them as well. I want to teach them wrestling and what I have going on. But I feel a lot of support there, and I can't speak for how other gyms are talking about me or anything, because I only train at ATT, and that's the only place I want to be, because that's where the best fighters and the best coaches are in the entire world.
And final one for me, did you get a chance to see the Dricus du Plessis Robert Whittaker fight, and what did you think of that?
I didn't really get to watch much of it. I just saw the result, and I was surprised. I figured that Rob would win, but hats off to Dricus for beating a tough opponent.
Hey, Bo. Would you be surprised if you get a top 15 opponent next? Is that something that you want, or do you want to develop more and knock off these, not top 15, top 20, top 25 fighters?
Right now, I'm going to enjoy tonight. I'll get back with my team next week, my management team, first-round management, my coaches at American Top Team, and we'll discuss. I think I develop a ton every single camp, and we'll see what's next. For me, I believe I can beat anybody in the world with my skill set, and I'm going to continue to improve. Right now, today is the worst that I'll be moving forward. So with that being said, we'll sit down and make a decision.
Would you like to fight like a Dagestani kind of wrestler to go American versus Russian wrestling?
Yeah, absolutely. I have so much respect for the Dagestani fighters. I think that their lifestyle, the way they approach the sport, is very similar to myself and my team and how we live and how we approach the sport. And I respect those guys a ton. I think they're at the top of the sport, obviously competing at a high level, and I want to test myself against the best. So eventually, when it makes sense, we'll make it happen.
Hey, Bo, over here. How satisfying is it to, show your striking and see the improvements and, see it on display on this huge card? Because you come from a wrestling background, you're not just a wrestler, you're a martial artist now.
It's definitely exciting just because I know how much work I put in, how much time and effort I put in to do that. And I'm just so happy that my work is paying off, and I'm happy for my team and those guys because I was able to execute all the things that we work on together. It's really what I'm proud of most is doing it together. Of course, I won, but I really feel like in reality we all won.
When you first got into MMA, was this kind of the timeline you thought would happen in terms of where you are in your career, or has it gone even faster than you thought?
It's gone so much faster. I really expected to have 10 fights before I even got into the UFC. And I had my first professional fight last June, so 13 months ago, and now I'm 5-0 with 2-0 in the UFC, 5 finishes, all first round. Did not see that coming, but here we are.
And you're going to become a dad. Congrats on that. That's awesome. Now that you're a dad now, what does a post-fight celebration look like today?
I don't know. I'll see, but it might involve changing some diapers and, hopefully the baby's not up too late. But I don't know what time babies go to bed, but probably earlier than this.
Bo, back here. You had a change of opponent, and I've heard of many times of fighters talking about they don't train for specific opponents, they just train to fight the best versions of themselves. For you, is that a mentality that you also take?
Absolutely. For me, my performance is all based on effort. It's not based on my opponent. And it was unfortunate that I had to make the switch up, but it all works out. I believe that God has a plan for my life. He has a plan for everyone else's life, and it's all going to work out accordingly. So I don't stress or worry about it. I just do what I can.
And my last one for you. I know, obviously, you said, you're more than that. You're more than a wrestler. You're a martial artist, right? You're improving very.
Did I say that?
Yeah, well, you agreed to James saying that. I'm
okay.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm a wrestler. Let's get it straight. Yeah.
But no, I was going to say, you're improving very fast. Tell me what it's like to notice those improvements, fight after fight.
It's awesome. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it's all my team. If I was trying to figure this out on my own, there would be no chance. It really goes to show how high level my team is, how dedicated they are, and I'm just the kind of end result. So, I'm going to continue to train, continue to trust them, develop, improve, get better, and I know where I'm headed, and we're all headed there together.